just to hit the punching bag, right? It makes your brain calmer. So I spoke about what it does for you. Your dopamine helps to improve your mood, release stress, sleep quality. I know people that have incorporated exercise into their evening routines, and it's helping them to sleep much better. So what are some of the exercises that you can do? We have aerobic exercises or cardio, as most of you may know it. So walking, running, cycling, swimming, things like that, and they impact the heart and the lungs. We've got strength training for muscle building and joints strengthening. Flexibility, which is very important. You need to be malleable, especially as you get older, to prevent injury, help with easy mobility. A lot of our older women, if you go to the villages and stuff, most of them walk like this, right? Because they do a lot of physical labor, but they don't stretch the muscles when they are done, or even before, right? So over the years, the body kind of gets couched in that position, and then that's it. And then we've got lifestyle movement, which is your everyday activity that you do. It's very important. And what people don't know that this burns more calories than even exercise. If you are quite mobile, if you move around a lot, not like doing actively walking per se, but like just, let's say you get a phone call and yeah, hello, Chrissy, yeah, oh, everything is fine, blah, blah, blah. Just that little movement, it has an effect on your calorie rate than even some intense exercises. So having that in the back of your mind is very key. I mentioned earlier that World Organization expects us to exercise at least 150 minutes, or here it even says 75 minutes, but high intensity. If you can't do high intensity, you can do 150 minutes of moderate intensity. For adults, at least 3 times a week is fine. For kids, because they are stronger, more energetic, they can do 60 minutes per day. And for older adults, like I mentioned, to prevent falls and consistent injuries, to do more balancing and strength. There are some barriers that, make people not really want to engage in exercise. And I think that some of it is an issue of mindset, some of it too are genuine, but time is something that you almost never have enough of, right? So you just have to figure out a way to incorporate it in your daily life. So for example, at my health corp, at lunchtime, 12:30, 1ish, everybody shuts their laptop. We all walk because with the team, we like eating from outside. So we all walk. We walk and, we are busy. Most of us are single and young and not married and all that. So we don't cook and all the stuff that, if you have a wife, you would have to do or you would get a chance to do, right? So we walk at lunchtime. The ladies are laughing, but we walk at lunchtime for about 30 minutes, and then we disperse, and everybody goes to find what to eat, and then we come back to the office, right? So it's something that we have to put in our system because we don't have the chance, probably long hours of working, to do it early in the morning or the evening, and then on the weekend when you have time, you do it. So lack of time, motivation, access or knowledge. Now, the last two are where I want to talk about my gift. So my health corp has introduced into the market today personal trainer that is AI powered. Now this personal trainer in your phone can basically assess you through certain activities, certain fitness workouts, and help you to determine a program that can help you to stay active, right? We've got challenges in there. We've got individual exercises that you can do to make sure that you are being active. And it's very, very affordable. So what we are offering today to everybody that's here, courtesy of our partnership with you all, is to give you a 1-month free subscription. So you see me and my colleague at the back at the end of the program. We just take your email and you receive a link to download the app and you can explore it. It's very, very cool. So you don't have any problem with access. Now you have something to work out with. Okay. You need to start small. Don't think because you've gained so much weight, you need to start by doing a 1-hour marathon, 1-hour jog every morning. No. 10 minutes, 5 minutes, it's okay. So that you don't lose the motivation along the line. And then find something you enjoy. If you like dancing, do that. If it's swimming, do that. Don't say because everybody's going to the gym, I'm also going to the gym. If it doesn't work for you, you will give up somewhere along the line. If it's walking you can do that as well. So some things you can do just to incorporate in your daily life, like I mentioned before. Use the stairs. If you work in a building that has elevators, try to use the stairs. One of our clients is Total Energies, and occasionally we encourage them, maybe every Tuesday, use the stairs. DHL is the same. They are on the second floor of their building. We tell them, okay, every Friday, let's use the stairs, right? Just to make sure that the team is being more active. Stretch breaks at work. Yesterday at 3 p.m., one of our clients' companies joined a virtual call, and there was a personal trainer on the call who led them through a 30-minute stretching session. Something you can incorporate in your activity. Walking meetings. Not all the meetings need to be sitting, right? If you're having a brainstorming session, you can be walking and talking and standing. It helps. Do stuff with your family, your friends. Go for a hike. Walk up the Ebre Mountain. Park your car some few meters away from your church and walk to the church. Don't go and park right in front of the pastor and listen to the sermon, right? Yeah, if you are going to work and you work at, let's say you work at Accra Mall, you are coming from, let's say 37. You can park somewhere around Shangri-La and walk to Accra Mall and walk back to pick your car. It's very helpful for you. And you can use apps like my Health Corp app to track your progress as well. So in conclusion, exercise is preventive medicine. And in fact, in my Health Corp, our concept is preventive healthcare is medicine. So nutrition, physical activity, mental health, relaxation, all these things help to prevent diseases. So have it in mind that anytime you're exercising, you're taking some medicine that's good for your body. Small, consistent steps matter more than intensity. Your body is your most important asset, okay? You have 1,000 problems until you fall sick, and then you have one problem. So make sure that you invest in it daily. And my call to action for you is to move today for a healthier tomorrow, okay? Very, very simple. Move today for a healthier tomorrow. Do you have any questions for me? Any questions for me? Okay, if there are no questions for me, then we have to move a little bit, right? Okay, I have a question.
I have a question, and thank you for sticking to time. So you talked about vigorous exercise. How do we know we are doing a vigorous exercise? Is it for your pulse to raise more than or be higher than the normal value? Is it to break into sweat? What is vigorous exercise?
So vigorous exercise is an exercise that when you are doing, you can't really talk at the same time as you're doing the exercise. Like you are so out of breath that you cannot talk. Have you ever had that experience where you run so hard and somebody is telling you something like, yeah, then you know you have reached a limit where your body, your heart is very highly engaged, right? So that for me is vigorous exercise, right? So if you do intense skipping, like you want to do maybe 2,000 skips in 5 minutes or in 3 minutes, right? You need to go very fast, very hard. At some point you see that your heart is beating so fast, you're not able to talk at the same time thing, you know. So, and it's one of the ways you can also challenge yourself. If you feel like you are exercising and you're still able to talk during that time, perhaps you are not pushing yourself hard enough. And I'm not saying you should always push yourself that hard, but there are days when you need to go extra hard, right? To make sure that your body knows that, hey, I'm in control. And you need to respond, okay? Now you can use wearables to also determine, there are some heart rate monitors that you can put across your chest to give you your VO2 max and all those other metrics to help you to know if you've hit that point or not, okay? But the important thing is to make sure you don't overexert yourself, okay? So you don't, injure yourself or you don't, get demotivated along the line. Is that okay? All right. Any other question? Yes.
So I wanted to confirm, I've heard that if you do like 30 minutes a week, that does more damage to you if you do it in one session instead of spreading it across a number of days per week. I wanted you to clarify that for me.
Okay. So if you do 30 minutes of exercise one time in a week, it's more damaging than doing it multiple times in the week? Did the person explain what damage it causes? No, there is no research that supports that. Exercise, consistency, frequency helps. but you need to have rest days, right? Depending on what your objective is. Okay, if you're a personal trainer, if you're a bodybuilder, right, your muscle group that you're working on, you need to work on it at least twice every week. So if you're focused on biceps or your back, you need to hit it at least twice every week. And then the other 2 days while you are resting, the muscle is recovering, right? But if it's just being active, so, if not, then we just walk on Monday, the rest of the day we drive or we cycle everywhere, right? So it's not true. You can do whatever you want with exercise. Yes.
Yeah, women go through a lot of tedious exercises, taking care of our children, going up and down. It's not exercise.
Yes, so it's physical activity, but it's not exercise. So when it comes to physical activity, we've got physical activity, which is, let's say, the broad term for any physical movement, right? So walking, gardening, doing the dishes, laundry, carrying your baby, picking up groceries, all those things are physical activity. And they fall within the 150 minutes that is being spoken about. But because it is not intentional, usually your body benefits from it in terms of the calorie burn, but it's not going above and beyond. So for example, if you have an underlying condition or maybe you're trying to lose some weight, doing those things won't help you to achieve that goal. You need to incorporate actual exercise, which is a physical activity with a kind of objective in mind. So if I'm doing fitness, it's because I'm trying to improve my cardiovascular endurance. If I'm doing bodybuilding, I'm trying to, strengthen my muscles, stuff like that. And then we have sport, which is just physical activity, but guided by a certain rule or culture. So if you like football or volleyball, something, badminton, you can engage in that as well. Okay, yeah. But I think it's and for women, on average, women have about 7 to 9% more body fat than men, just by virtue of your internal makeup, right? So you need to be more physically active than even the guys. And in today's world, men are more physically active by profession, by just activity level, right? Going to the gym, playing football. You hardly see women doing those kinds of things, right? So the women, I'm throwing a challenge to you today to compete with the men, not to become Olympic athletes or anything, but to make sure that you are, right up there with us when it comes to fitness. Any other? Yes.
Yes, I wanted to ask about the exercise regimen. Is there any proof of maybe it being better in the mornings than in the evenings, or actually in the evenings when you are exercising, what are the best times to exercise before sleep?
Okay, so for exercise, the differences in the time is not super important, but depending on how your body reacts. There are some people that when they work out in the morning, throughout the day, they become very sluggish. They're tired, they're not able to cope. Some too, when they work out in the evening, they're not even able to sleep, right? So you need to know your body and what works for you. You can try some mornings for maybe 1 or 2 weeks, see our response, try the evenings as well. Generally, strength training activities, you can say, are better in the evening because you engage the muscles, and when you sleep, you get a chance to recover. But with cardio, you can do it in the morning. It helps to take your dopamine high up, so you start the day on high energy, and you're able to, tackle the day with some kind of vigor. So I would say if you want to, decide when to do what, I would put cardio and aerobics in the morning, and then strength training or bodybuilding in the evening. For flexibility, you can do it at any time, okay? And your nutrition also plays a role in how your body reacts after physical activity, right? So don't eat too much heavy stuff right after working out, right? Stick to more fruits, vegetables, stuff like that, and try to balance it out throughout the day. Okay, is that okay, please? That's fine, okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. So I think we've refreshed our memory and our knowledge that exercise helps prevent diseases and also improve our quality of life. Now, our second speaker, we are privileged to have Dr. Mutumi. She's a medical doctor and healthcare leader with 17 plus years experience in access, equity, and system strengthening. She's the general manager of Roche Products Ghana. She'll be speaking on the topic, Rewriting the Breast Cancer Journey in Africa, a call to collective action for better outcomes. Let's welcome her.
Good morning. Thank you so much again to the Breast Cancer Society of Ghana for having us at this very important chat. I think, things like this are really what's necessary to move us forward as a community. So on behalf of Roche, I'd like to upfront just thank the organizing committee. I know a lot of hard work it takes to get all of us in a room together and have these important discussions. So I stand here on behalf of Roche. As mentioned, I'm the general manager for Roche Ghana. For those interested in attempting it, my actual first name is Khotatso. I go by KG for obvious reasons. One of the things we take very seriously and very passionately at Roche is the lives of the women in Africa. A lot of people ask me a lot of times, why breast, why not the other cancers? A few reasons. One of the first ones, unfortunately for us, we're in a situation in Africa where the type of breast cancer women are getting in Africa is not only the worst type we've seen, but it's affecting the younger women. What this then translates directly into means is if we lose these women, we not only lose them as the contributors of the economy, which is a direct contributor because we do not have generational wealth in Africa, but we also lose the children that they're looking after. Then there's a double burden of that disease. We're leaving these children as vulnerable orphans. So when you ask why breast cancer and why not the other cancers, all the cancers are important. But what we found is if you fix the system for breast cancer, you're at least about 60% through the way of fixing all the other cancers in any case. And the reason breast cancer is of particular importance is its direct impact on the economies of countries. And if we intend to grow and be who we think we're going to be in 2050 as Africa, then we need to really start thinking about how wealth is our wealth. I really like that you started with that exercise. That guy challenged me. I will talk to you later and see how I can face myself later on. But this is a real issue where the breast cancer burden in Africa is really characterized by an even higher mortality rate compared to counterparts in US, EU. Yes, they have better healthcare systems, but even the type of cancer we're getting really is a shocking one. And what it does, it then means when we calculate the cost to the society of all those lives that I've mentioned that are now being lost, it's about 33 billion in African countries from when we measured the incidence from 2017 to 2022 to say how much would you be losing if you were to lose this type of income from this person who would have been giving this income back into the economy. And that's a staggering number. So what are we doing about it? We couldn't look at numbers like this and do nothing as a, as an enterprise. So we as Roche have started a project. It tried to incorporate everything we were already doing. We were doing a bit of this, a bit of that, and breast cancer here, CRC here. And what this mission really did for us, it crystallized for us where we could focus our attention and why this was important. And so what we did was we looked at the UHC approach and said, what is their target? Let's align ourselves to that work, because we need more than one person having a chat to say, let's save the population as a whole. So what are we aiming to do with this ambition? We're calling it the Africa Breast Cancer Ambition. I mean, it's just a nice fancy term, but what it means and what it incorporates really is we set an ambition to say, if we improve the survival rate of women diagnosed with breast cancer, and the stats are, for me, as a Black African woman, terrifying. 5 in 10 women diagnosed with breast cancer in Africa today will not be here in 5 years' time. That is crazy. In other markets, this is not the case. But in Africa, this still remains the stat. When you look at that, then it has to be that we need to, by 2030, to say to ourselves, we want it so that 8 in 10 women diagnosed in breast cancer in Africa must be here in 5 years' time, which is the global standard that everyone else in the world is getting. Why is it that our geography must resign us to death? That is unacceptable to us. And so we aim to do something about that. The 3 goals we aim to do to make this happen is we are trying to make sure that we're moving from 30 to 40% of women being diagnosed in early stage to at least 60%. We aim to move from women being recognizing symptoms and then receiving diagnosis in about 6 months. That's how long it's taking the average woman in Africa. We aim to have that down to 60 days. We aim to move them from having only 35% of women being inadequately treated to at least 80% of women being appropriately treated. We understand that is a mammoth task we've set for ourselves. We are clear this is going to take a lot of passion, a lot of enthusiasm, and a lot of work from a lot of people. And I want to just take you through how we intend to do this and why we're asking for this call. So how are we creating this response at scale, and what are we doing? So as we said, our aim is 4 in 5 women must survive. We want over 90% to get diagnosed within 60 days, and 60% once they're diagnosed in early stage. And the reason this is so important is we run our numbers. We make our money from curing diseases and treating diseases. We admit that the earlier you treat a disease, the better for the healthcare system as a whole. We need live people who are well and working to be able to live and put back into the economy for us as a multinet to actually survive. So for us, this is very supremely important that 80% of people who then still need treatment, because even if you're doing the right thing, you're getting all the people screened properly, there will still be people who need treatment. We want 80% of those treatment to get the appropriate standard of care. That's where we get our patients. So what we're looking at is, this is the current situation. This is across all of Africa, not just Ghana, just for the record. We are trying to then say we want to shift that. The incidence is high. We see the global care data. We see the data some of the centers have provided to us. The incidence is actually quite high. Where we fall apart is when it comes to diagnosing these women. People get screened. People do wonderful things during breast cancer month. The women pitch up somewhere. Someone says there's probably a suspicion of something. The lady disappears, not to be seen again until a year or 2 later, when it's too late, when it's too costly to treat them by then. So our aim is to move that up to shift that curve. And what that requires, unfortunately, is a system that works, that when you find that lady, it must take you 60 days or less to have her diagnosed, so that if she's already in early breast cancer at that point, it will cost the system less to treat her. And it will be better for her outcomes, for her to be treated, which then means the number of patients we're seeing who are needing these treatments at the very end of the life stage should be less. How we aim to do that? We're working with the different divisions. You see what constitute a standard of care. Surgery, chemotherapy, radiotherapy. We don't have all of these things in our basket of care as Roche. We have diagnosis, we have medications, and this is why we need other partners to help us take care of this. You know, someone asked me, why aren't you buying us a radiation machine? My eyes popped open like, we would have to then go start trying to figure out how to. There are partners who can do that, and this is what we need to get better at doing. Identifying who's the right partner to do that, so that we can work together. Because in no universe is there one person who is going to be able to actually do this. What we're also seeing is when we go to governments, when we go to external stakeholders, this vision that we have is resonating. And the reason it's resonating, if we can just read some of the comment, is when you think about the healthcare of a society, this affects everyone. I mean, I heard someone say recently, the reason I care so much about healthcare is I'm a patient waiting to happen. Someone said it to me very recently, and I would like to quote them because it was such a powerful thing to say, that the reason healthcare is important is all of us are waiting for when we're going to be a patient. So it's not just, for the patients now, it's for ourselves too. And we need to be clear on that, and we need to be sure that when we do this very important work, we remember what it is we're doing it for. it is a fight and it's a hope that we really are invested in doing, and we are trying to really address this humanity problem that we can solve during this lifetime. And we're not going to be able to do it alone, and this is why we are advocating for this call to say, what can we do? Here, I just wanted to give you a brief look to see what's been our approach, what have we done, and what is more that can still be done. What we've tried to do always is try to have a collaborative approach with the system within we're working in. And what we've done is, in Ghana specifically, we've been engaging in a lot of healthcare capacity building, because we need our nurses, we need our doctors, we need our physicians out there finding, treating, and making sure these patients are getting the right treatment. We've sent about 40 oncology nurses, about 4 radiation oncologists, and now we're working with the Ghana Medical Association with trying to get oncology practitioners who are currently studying in Kenya, and when they come back after they finish the studies in about 2 years, they will set up with the GMA, the Faculty of Health, to try and actually make sure that even locally, we have locally trained physicians who are specialists in trying to actually treat this disease. What else are we doing? We're trying to improve access to diagnostic treatment. We supported the expansion of treatment in a couple of centers. So if I mention Cape Coast, we've done a refurbishment, Tamale. Some we've refurbished and some we've helped set up the actual institution itself. I won't list into very details. If you really would like to know the details, please ask us. We normally try to talk to these guys about it to say, this is why we're doing this, this is what we're envisioning. Our ask, again, I will say, we're naming these things only to show you an example. We are asking the partners in this room, the stakeholders in this room, join us in these efforts. We've had a very wonderful thing happen very recently. I will name them because we are in the discussion with them now. Pfizer Foundation actually approached us and said, we really like what you're doing. We want to come in and try and do something in Tamale, because we see there's all these things that are not available in Tamale. How can we work together and make this happen? And that is our ask, to say, please reach out, say, this is what I'm thinking of doing. Let's go in, put in 2 hands together, so the more we do together, the better the system will look for the betterment of all of us. Early detection initiatives, you'll see throughout the year, we've been working with Breast Cancer Society of Ghana to try and run even screening projects. We'll be running some even in October, and throughout the year, really, we try to make sure that breast cancer is not an October thing. It's a throughout the year thing, because this is what happens to women throughout the year. Patient navigation. We're starting a program, well, we started a program called Patient Navigation. We've tried to do it different renditions, because what we're trying to do is also we're trying to learn from ourselves. We'll try something and then see if a pilot, if something doesn't work, we review it. We're working with a society called Embrace Society, and what we're doing with them is we're working with them and the local hospitals to have a patient navigator in the centers where the women are, so they can track from when the woman is screened and diagnosed to where the woman is gone lost on the system to follow up, so that they can come back and finish the course of their treatment, because in that way, they get better outcomes. The longer they get treated, the better their outcomes, the earlier they are treated. So that's one of the things that program is trying to do. We also have a support program where we're trying to, after we find this woman, find out why is it that you are unable to afford the healthcare system or whatever it is that's happening. Let's find a way to find and make sure that you're actually getting the treatment that is life-saving. This is just a few of the things we're doing, but we wanted to give an idea so that people understood, and those interested specifically can come and join us on these initiatives. As I mentioned, we are clear one partner cannot do this alone. And even these things that we've done, we didn't do them alone. We did them with the government of Ghana, the MOH of Ghana, the Ghana Health Services, the doctors in this room, the people we've been working with. And this is our call to say, please get involved, help us do more of this, because we know that we'll be able to do more. What this is, and I'm sure that that's the question, like you as farmer, you can't be doing this. Like, why is this so important to us? What it's offered us is an approach to be able to say, in Africa, this is what we're doing. This is why we're able to run a sustainable model that we, our contemporaries in Europe, can see what it is that Africa has to offer. We've created trust and excitement with our external partners. We're hoping to add even more partners to the list that's already mentioned here. Our governments, our NGOs, our clinical organizations, and our corporations. We've given our leadership team confidence that we're treating Africa as a geography where we can create value. We're also creating a vision and a strategy for our people to work towards. And I personally am very proud to stand here to say this is what I represent. This is what I get up and do every day of my life. And it gives meaning and passion to my life in a way I couldn't have thought possible, because it allows me to think about the future of children and women in this country and how I can contribute in my way of making sure that they are alive to live their lives and raise their families. So this is one of my last slides. And I want to reiterate again to say it will take all of us who care about women in Africa to make sure that Africa's future is secured and that we have prosperity to act. So for the patients advocates in the room, we over time intend that you are the voice of the patients. Over time, you keep being the voice, you keep holding us account, asking us to do the right thing, do more, do better for patients. We rely on you to also teach the people in your communities, teach the people who are still suffering, from myths and saying crazy things about breast cancer. For the governments, we do not intend that this is a burden you bear alone. There is no healthcare system in the world that survives if only the government is doing something. It's impossible. In all the best markets, at least 15% has to be from private sector that is funding any healthcare for a healthcare environment to survive. The NHIS is doing brilliant work in Ghana, trying to really cover as many people as possible. But it's a 34 million population. It's impossible for them to do it alone. So we have to join them and join hands with them to say, we are doing this together. For academia, for us, the ask here is support evidence-based policy. So when we're making policies and we're saying, we're stratifying from screening, what are we trying to do? Are we trying to do the standard of care, which is being used everywhere else in the world, which is tested, which is, working? That is our ask of this society. For the financed institutions, please join us. Join us in making sure we strengthen the infrastructure of the country, because we cannot treat women if we don't have a place to treat them in. So this is our call out to them to say, help us and join us in this. And the private sector, my colleagues in the private sector, what more can we do? How much better can we work together to hold hands together and do this better? And that, ladies and gentlemen, is my final ask to all of you sitting in the audience to say, think about where you can contribute and why it's important that we contribute into this very important fight. We are literally saving the lives of our mothers. So for me, this is the thought I'd like to leave with. Where would you like to be when one day you become a patient? So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mutumi, for that insightful presentation. I'll now open the floor for questions. Any questions for Dr. Contributions? Yes. So, we are all clear in our minds what she spoke of. Basically, it's partnership between us, the institutions, the governments, private sector, and of course our patients. Oh, we have a question.
Thank you very much. I pegged one other ambition of theirs, the patient support program in Ghana. We know that day in and day out, you hear patients, they are not able to afford diagnostic investigations. Somebody is scheduled to go for radiotherapy. The person is not able to afford. I want to find out, where is this fund sitting and how can patients access it? Thank you.
So that is not yet rolled out. What we're doing currently is we're trying to find different partners. So we're currently have a partnership with Pathology Without Borders for even the pre-testing part of it. Where we're finding a challenge is how to actually disperse the funds in an ethical, very safe way to make sure when a patient really does not have transport. The challenge we have in Ghana is we tried everyone. We tried Yango, we tried Uber, we were surprised. We tried Bolt. In Ghana, Accra, no problem. We can get the service, not a problem. Where we're struggling is in the hinterlands. There is no verified transport system that we could pay to say, come and get this patient. We tried even looking at the ambulance services, but they just don't have capacity. So that is the ask. If anyone in this room knows anyone who actually could help us with this problem, that project would run much quicker than it actually is now. So currently what we're doing now is we're doing the pre-diagnosis first because that was an easier one to solve. We are in the middle of trying to solve that post-diagnosis and trying to get the patient back into the system and making sure we can find them. So as soon as I have an answer to that one, you will be the first to know because we are waiting to go. We are ready. We are ready from our side.
Thank you.
Yeah, hello. Please, I've heard you talking about transport in the hinterlands.
Correct.
I think in every village, every town, there's a GPRTU that does commercial transport. So maybe if you liaise with them, they could provide particular transport access for patients who need such service. And I think it would be a good idea for them.
All right.
Since we don't have Bolt and Uber in villages.
Yes. All right, we'll take note of any of these suggestions. Please, we'll probably come talk to you if you know anyone. If anyone knows anyone, please, we literally are looking for that. That would be something that is quite helpful.
Thank you.
Dr. Bafo, I knew. Are you going to ask a controversial question, Dr. Bafo?
What is happening in this country is when we take breast cancer care, you go to Comfort Anoche, go to Kolebu, Ho, Tamale. If I later I go also, I have to travel to Kumasi or Sunyani. How can we assist our specialists? We always say some of them telemedicine. Having clinic once in a month, once in a quarter. Maybe I, as oncologist, I'll go to GOS once a month, once every 3 months. So the patient traveling all the way from these areas will meet me. When I go there, I can see maybe 10 patients. But if they refer the patients, good. I know more about Comfort Anoche at night. When you go to polyclinic, you see patients sleeping on benches. So at times they come, say, oh, die be die. Let me go home and die because I cannot sleep in mosquito. How can we facilitate in line with whatever you put up? Thank you.
So thank you for that question, Dr. Bafo. It's actually not a controversial question. It's a question that keeps us up at night. What we're currently doing with the NHIS is we're looking at the centers that, based on the agreement we have now on people who can treat, at least at the later stage of the disease, they've actually also liaised with us to say, look, you're doing a lot of this work, we're away, so recommend some of the divisions yourself. So we've asked for a couple of centers to please be considered. There are analysis, there's a quality and something department that is now looking to actually add some of these centers. It will not be all the centers, I want to be honest up front, and they also have a criteria that they actually have to follow. But we're trying to do that together with trying to solve this transport problem so that at least it's a joint effort, and together we're increasing, at least certainly, the access for these women slightly more. And every time we're learning something, every time we learn, you fix one problem, there's another one that pops up. And that is our intention. Our intention to stay and to try and fix and stop all these stop gaps. And every time we find that we might need a new partner, this is why there's this call to say,
we are shocked by how many things we are learning the more we follow this patient through this journey and find out where are they getting stuck. And so that is our ask, that when you see things like this, please talk to the NHIA. I'm not saying this just because I see you. The amount of work that's happening for people to try and do this, it is impressive. With the resources that are there, it's amazing the work they're doing. Let's help them. Let's try to also make the burden slightly lighter on them and offer them some of these solutions. Thank you, Dr. Bab.
We'll take the last question. I think she had her hand.
Okay, thank you, Rosgan. I think this a very good initiative. And as a breast cancer survivor from the northern region, I have met a lot of women who have issues with transportation and then diagnosis. So I think this initiative will help. But then what are the measures that you are putting in place to for us to be sure that those who really need the support get it? Are you working with only the medical personnel? Are you working with NGOs? Are you working with other co-survivors? What are the initiatives? Because this is really going to help. And I know what I'm speaking about, because there are other navigation programs that are going on down in the north. But I still meet women who die. You watch them die because there's nothing you can do. Somebody's traveling from a village in Boko and just to get a biopsy, to get radiotherapy, accommodation. So I want to know the measures you put in place to make sure that those of us who really need this really get it. Thank you.
So that part of the program, as I mentioned, is not finalized. So please, let me be clear. We have to get all the regulatory approvals before we do anything. So that's where we are. Who we are working with, we're working with IQVIA as our service partner to try and do these assessments to see, what's the need, what type of need is there, is it transport, what is it exactly that's necessary, the means test. We are also working with Embrace Society as the navigators who will be getting in contact with these patients. If there's any other NGOs, any patient support groups that would like to join us, please, this is our call to come and join us. That part of the program, as I mentioned, has not yet started. We are in the phases of trying to work out exactly all these challenges, because every time, we are a healthcare company, and every time we go there and trying to find out what's the story with the transport, we are surprised. We're surprised to find out what's happening in some of the environments. So we're trying to learn as we go as well, to try and make it better.
Please, the last question. You had a question. Are you okay? All right. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mutsumi.
Thank you very much.
So we'll move on to genetics. Our next speaker, she's Dr. Pamka. She's a molecular geneticist and senior lecturer in biochemistry, cell and molecular biology at the University of Ghana. She also serves as the deputy director of the West African Genetic Medicine Center. So she'll be speaking on the topic breast cancer basics. What's genetics got to do with it? Let's welcome her.
Pemka. Yeah, almost. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? You have to use the mic. All right. So, what are my slides? So, I'll start with breaking it down. I'm not going to go all technical. We're going to make it as easy as possible. So, breast cancer basics. What's genetics got to do with it? Oh, okay. So what's genetics? It's a branch of biology that studies genes, heredity, and then variation. So now let's talk about genes. As a whole human being, you're made up of cells. First of all, you're made up of organ systems. You have your circulatory system, which includes the heart. You have the respiratory system, which includes the lungs, etc. Now, when you look at these organ systems, they're made up of different organs, like I mentioned. Now, when you zoom in, you have tissues, which are made up of packs of cells. Now, in the cells, you have what you call the nucleus. This is working. You have what you call the nucleus, that green circle. Within the nucleus, you have your chromosomes, right? When you zoom into your chromosome, it's basically a string, a really long string of what you call nucleotides. And part of it makes up the gene. So here you have the chromosome. Oh, this is not working. You have the chromosome. Is it working? Okay. So you have the chromosome. And then you have, around the, first of all, you have your DNA. And then part of your DNA, sections of your DNA is what you call the genes. It's a functional unit of your DNA. And these are wrapped around what you call histones. And then it's packed into these chromosomes, all right? And so when you look at the gene, it's made up of these basic units. And I'm sure you're very familiar with this structure. That is your... Okay, I'll be pointing. So what happens, I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with this structure. That's the DNA. So actually, it's a string of what you call nucleotides. Those are the basic units. Like in a house, you have the building blocks, right? And you have 4 types, T, A, G, and C. And those ones give the instructions. So to break it down, the genome, basically, your whole DNA in a cell, right? For example, it's like a cookbook, a whole cookbook. And then the chromosomes are the chapters, right? So in a normal human being, you have 46 chromosomes, 23 pairs, 23 from your dad, 23 from your mom. So those are the chapters. Now, when you check each chapter, it has several recipes, right? So many recipes that give instructions to make different dishes. And those are the genes, the instructions. In humans, not the entire genome doesn't make instructions. About 2.5% of it is what you have, is what you call genes. Now, the nucleotide that I mentioned are the basic units. And those are letters in the recipe. You actually have to read it, all right? Does that make sense? Okay. Next. Now, like I mentioned, you have one genome. You have 46 chromosomes, 46 chapters. And then when you count all the recipes among all the 46 chapters, you have about 20,000 recipes. So these are different genes, all right? And so those recipes, each one will give you some kind of product. That's the protein you have over there. So if your recipe makes cookies, your gene will make a protein. Now, we are very similar when it comes to those basic units. We are about 99.9% identical. That's why we all look like humans. With chimps, it's like 90%. So but that 0.1% is huge. Because if you count the number of nucleotides, those basic units in your cell, 21, chromosome 21, you have diseases like Down syndrome. The other examples, Klinefelter, etc., right? Now, when you look at the actual recipe itself, like those blocks, you actually read them. Like I said, it's like reading a recipe. When there are mistakes, it can result in so many different changes. Sometimes the whole recipe is ripped out. That's what you call a deletion. So you can't even make that dish. Sometimes halfway, it's gone. You make halfway, can you eat half-cooked abenkwai? You can't. So things like that. And sometimes there's too much of something, maybe Maggi, you can't eat it. So those are those are mutations that cause a change in the recipe that gives rise to the wrong protein or no protein at all. All right, and a very common example you guys are familiar with is sickle cell. It's a single nucleotide, just one letter, just one letter, and then it changes the entire protein. And this person is plagued with this deleterious condition. Now, why do I bring it up here? We're talking breast cancer. So breast cancer is what you call a genetic disease. But it's complex. Not just genes, the environment is involved as well, right? So the instructions that you have in your DNA control everything. Imagine you start off as just a single cell. Egg and sperm fuses to... All the instructions are there. Whether you're going to have thick hair, light hair, whether you're going to be bigger, smaller, whether you have certain diseases, they are all in there, all right? and including how the cells divide. At this point, you are made up of billions of cells. Billions of cells. You started off as one, right? There are genes that regulate when the cells should stop dividing. When you are hurt, there are genes that come up and repair, all these things. They regulate everything. So when there are mutations in the genes that control the way the cells divide, and then now it's uncontrollable, then you have cancer. So in the blue, you have a cell that acquired some changes in the recipe. So instead of boiling one egg, you keep boiling and boiling and boiling. Who's going to eat that? Eventually, it doesn't fit where it's supposed to fit. It gets bigger. That's why your lump starts getting bigger. And then it spreads around because it's uncontrollably, because the genes that are supposed to regulate it are not working. So when cancer happens in the breast, clearly it's breast cancer. Now, there are a group of genes, like I mentioned, 20,000 recipes. There are some involved in doing this regulation, right? So I mentioned regular cell cycle. The blue cells, when they're supposed to divide, they divide. When they stop, they stop. So there are certain genes that push it to go. Like like an accelerator, you're driving. Here. It pushes the cell cycle. And they have the ones that will now control it. You know when to stop, the brakes. So what happens is, when the accelerator gets jammed, you are moving at a very high speed. It's dangerous, right? But you can't stop it because now your brake is also not working. So what happens? You crash, and that's cancer. You need to inactivate your tumor suppressor genes, which are the brakes. So they stop working, loss of function. And then the gain of function is the accelerator. It's now moving faster, so it's a gain of function mutation. Now, let's talk about BRCA. So the talk is about BRCA. Now, BRCA is breast cancer. That's what, so one was identified, and then the second one was identified, and it was given that name. Those are tumor suppressor genes. These are the brakes. So they repair damaged DNA. So imagine, like I mentioned, you have your cookbook, right? The original one. Every time a cell divides, it has to be copied. So you have this polymerase enzyme. It copies everything, copies the books, and copies the books. Now, you have someone who does the correction. Because you can make mistakes, that's the thing. There are checkpoints to check all these things, but you can make mistakes. So there are other genes that make sure once you've copied the book and there's a mistake, instead of saying oil, it's saying water. It keeps repairing that. Those are what BRCA genes are involved in that. So now, if these bodyguards or repair mechanisms, so this is the thing, everyone has a BRCA gene. So people talk about, oh, more BRCA. No, everyone has a BRCA gene because your cells need to be kept, safe, and all mutations need to be corrected. When you go test for BRCA, you're going to test for mistakes or mutations. So when the correct term is you have a BRCA mutation, but everybody has them because your cells need to be kept normal. All right. So when your repair genes are working, your cells are okay. But once they're mutated, so no one is now checking or correcting the mistakes. So what happens? All these books that you're churning out, the typewriter, have all these mistakes in their recipes. You're cooking wrong dishes, all right? So these are BRCA genes. BRCA1, I've shown you what the chapters are. It's in chapter 17, chapter 17, chromosome 1, the long arm. BRCA2 is on the long arm of chromosome 13. So when there's a break in the DNA, which happens a lot, we're exposed to all kinds of things. Once it happens, there are mechanisms in your cells that are, activated. BRCA1 and BRCA2 are the ones that come to repair those double-stranded breaks. So what happens is if those genes are not there. So like I mentioned, mutations can you can lose the protein or you have a non-functional protein, right? So this is what happens. You have a double-stranded break. That means both strands are broken. BRCA is not functional. So this is what happens. You have all these breaks, all these mistakes in the book. No one is correcting them. And so what happens? It leads to what you call genomic instability. The whole cookbook is messed up. So eventually what happens is, because it's not correcting it, all these mutations accumulate, and eventually you develop cancer, right? And cancer usually, it's a number of mutations. I talk about tumor suppressor genes, the oncogenes, in combination. and then the car crashes. Basically, that's what it is. So usually it's a loss of function mutation, and other genes now acquire mutations. And that increases your risk for cancer. How does it do that? So there are two terms you should be familiar with. You talk about germline and somatic mutations. In this situation, the book, your recipe book, your cookbook, there's already a mistake in there. That means from the egg or the sperm that was fertilized, the zygote had a mistake. So every single cell that comes out of it has that same mistake. So it's germline, meaning that you will also pass it on. Anytime you have, you're making pamphlets from it, let's say your kids, you will pass it on. Somatic is in a situation where, or maybe one page got messed up, right? So once a cell starts to divide, every tissue, has the same DNA, but then let's say in the breast, for example, what happens is the recipe book that's being used to make more cells has all these mistakes. So at the end of the day, the mistakes will only be in one region, in the breast. So it's somatic. There's no way you can pass that on. Do you get it? There's no way you can pass that on. Now, so what happens is, like I mentioned, if it's somatic, it's something that you acquire as you're living. And so you can't pass it on. And then when it's germline, it's from the egg, sperm. It's already in the main book, so it's everywhere. So what happens is, with breast cancer, you can have situations where you either have the mutation that's driving your cancer is germline or is somatic. Now, there's a difference. One, I already mentioned, you're born with it, you get it from your parents, you pass it on every cell of your body, because that's the blueprint you started with. And men or women can pass it on. And then it increases your lifetime of getting cancer. Why? We'll get to that. But the somatics is after birth. So it could be in any of any tissue. It's not the main tissue, right? And it's acquired. You don't pass it on. And then it's found, like I said, only in the tumor. So you definitely do not pass it on. So why is it that women with germline mutations get it earlier? There's something called the Knudsen two-hit hypothesis. And like I said, this is a loss of function mutation. So both copies need to stop working, right? For example, if you have a driver, these learners, right? And you have the driver by you, helping you. There are two brakes, right? If yours fails, he can still stop the car. So in a loss of function mutation, both brakes need to stop working. So if the driver, your instructor's brake also stops working, then the car crashes, right? That's how tumor suppressor is, a loss of function. So this is what happens. If you're born with normal genes, for example, it takes a while for one mutation to occur. And the second mutation has to be in the same cell. There's so thousands and thousands and millions of cells in the breast. So it takes a longer time. That's why typically cancers happen late. However, if you were born with a mistake in that cookbook, every single cell of yours already has one mutation. One brake is not working. So the chances of the second brake failing is very high. So once that happens, loss of heterozygosity, then it kicks off the cancerogenesis. So in summary, the breast cancer or BRCA genes are repair genes. Everybody has it, but some have mutations. And not everyone will actually develop cancer, because it happens by chance. If you never get a second mutation or other mutations, but it significantly increases your chances. So germline is inherited, you can pass it on. Somatic is acquired, you do not pass it on, it's only in that tissue. But the thing is, you can actually find out what you have. We talk about nucleotides. There's so many tests. They can actually go and read, check your cookbook, get to the recipe, BRCA recipe, and read it. And if there are mistakes there, you can know. Now, what do you do with that information? The next speaker is going to cover that. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Can we have questions, please?
Thank you very much for that presentation. I wanted to find out, where can you do a karyotype? I think it would be cool to find my own recipe book as well. So,
yes, so I don't know if it's been done in Ghana, but I did this in the US. So I schooled in the US, and then I went back for something for, so I'm a molecular geneticist, so I do a lot of that. So I did some karyotyping, and then I decided to do mine. So in Ghana, I'm not familiar with any lab that does it. I don't know yet, but it's something I've actually done in my lab here as well. But it was just to train my students. But eventually, when we can establish something, I think it could be a tool we can, a test we can provide. I mean, now there are more detailed molecular ways of testing it, like microarrays and things like that. But karyotype still remains like a gold standard, because there are not a lot of genetic tests being done here to begin with. But gradually, as the genetic literacy is going up, I think we'll have the need to, and then people will now provide it, because now it's the demand is really low. Yeah.
Please, I wanted to answer that. One of the things we are doing at Roche is something called, we have a project running, this is now on an international scale, called the Africa Genomic Project. And part of our partners that are, as a local partner actually, is a company called Yamachi.
Yamachi.
Yes, so we've signed a partnership with them, with Dr. Yoab Bediako, and that is actually the intention, that we start actually collecting, not only that it's here, but it stays here, and it belongs to the community here. Just, I wanted
so
to
the karyotyping or the
they
sequencing?
are starting sequencing,
yeah,
and then they're going to,
I'm aware of.
correct,
Yes, but with the karyotyping.
But the intention is to build it up
to
and
that.
make sure that it actually gets to that capacity.
Okay, so I'm head of genetics at Yamachi. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right, question.
Thank you. Please, I want to find out what causes the bodyguards to be asleep.
To be what?
To be asleep.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So when it comes to our genes, you know, every time you make copies of the cells, you can make mistakes. And there are so many things that could happen. It could be a deletion where it's completely gone. That recipe is all completely gone. Half of it is gone. Sometimes just a point mutation, a single one, like what you see with sickle cell. And so these are caused by, it could be endogenous mechanisms sometimes. Some of the, during metabolism, some of the byproducts can induce things like reactive oxidative species, but it creates a situation where DNA can acquire breaks and things like that. Exposure to ionizing radiation can cause some of these nucleotides to fuse sometimes, and then it can break. Sometimes you can have chromosomal instability. The whole chapter sometimes gets switched or break and join other ones, and then you have these new proteins. So it can be, there's so many types of, so an example, something is called frame shift, where, you know, you read the instructions in a certain way. Then suddenly the words get a bit jumbled, so the protein is wrong. You can have situations where, let's see, deletions, truncated, half of it is gone, all of that. So there are so many ways the genome can acquire all these mutations. Other than that, there's another level of genetics that's called epigenetics. With epigenetics, the DNA itself is okay, but what is missing or what's it's accumulated are all these epimutations. So for example, if you pick one human being, every single cell of yours, well, let's forget the gametes, have the same DNA, right? However, the types of cells are different. What your blood cell can do is different from what your brain cell does. Why? Because they have these tissue-specific genes that are made in specific genes. In those genes, for example, if it's a blood-specific gene, it's not going to be made, that protein, that recipe wouldn't be made in the brain. And so it's silent. It's normal, but there's something called methylation, there's some microRNAs and all that will prevent it from being made. So occasionally, some of this, say for example, BRCA gene, you go in, you sequence, you look at the blocks are okay. However, if you look at the methylation status, you see that it's methylated, so it can't be made. You go to that page, and let's say, well, how will I say, the recipe, it's black. You can't read it. It's normal, but someone's painted it black. You can't read it. So it's some of this, the epigenetics, some of these things also happen. So you have epimutations and these DNA mutations that I described. Deletions, sometimes insertions, part of some wrong blocks get into the wall and it destabilizes it. So insertions, deletions, translocations, sometimes the nucleotide changes. You have a nucleotide that now changes. Now, instead of saying salt, it says silt, things like that. So that's what happens, all these changes. And it's in response to environmental factors. Like I said, light, something that's happening in the cell. It can be carcinogens. It can be viruses, certain bacteria, so on and so forth. All right.
Thank you. Okay, so an announcement. If you'd want the soft copy of the program, you scan the QR code here. An advert will come up. Skip that advert, and then you would have access to it. Thank you. So our next speaker is Ms. Kalinka. She will join us online. She's a genetic counselor. She'll be speaking on cancer, family, and the future, why genetic counseling matters.
Can hear me and can see my screen. I'm going to sort of leave off from where Dr. Pimka had done her talk. So just for those who might not be familiar with genetic counseling, we're going to talk a little bit more about genetic counseling, and in the cancer context for a patient, genetic counseling is a conversation with a trained health professional about your family history and genes to help you understand your and your family's risk for inherited cancers and what you can do about that. So we know that most cancers are due to environmental causes, so our lifestyle and various factors such as, for example, smoking. If you smoke, it can lead to lung cancer. But in 15 to 20% of the time, we see that it's familial. So there's multiple people in the family that have cancer. We haven't quite been able to determine yet why there are so many people in the family that have the cancer. But in 5 to 10% of the time, it's known to be hereditary. So this is where we have these changes in our genes, and they get passed along from family member to family member. So how do you then, as a patient or a healthcare professional, know if you or someone has hereditary cancer? Well, there's a few red flags, a few things we can look out for to try and determine this. So if you've had cancer at a young age, so before 50 years, usually older people have cancer, but not younger as much. It's not supposed to really happen when you're young. And triple negative breast cancer, so for the patients who might not know what that is, you can always ask your healthcare professional what exactly that is and what type of cancer you've had. And then if you have cancer in both breasts, not that it spread from one breast to the other, but that it was in one breast and then maybe a few years later it started in the other breast. If you had breast cancer and a different type of cancer, again, not spreading from one place to the other, but starting there on its own, so maybe in your breast and in your ovaries, for example. If you have 3 or more people in your family on the same side of the family, so from mom's side or from dad's side, that have had cancer, and it can be various types of cancer, ovarian cancer, breast cancer, prostate cancer. If there's at least 3 people with cancer on one side of the family, that is also, we start wondering why so many people in the family. And then if there's multiple affected generations, so grandma, mum, daughter, if there's a line that we can see, that's also another red flag. And males with breast cancer, because we know males don't commonly get breast cancer. So why is it important to know if your cancer or your patient's cancer is hereditary? Well, the person who is affected with the cancer, if they have this change in their DNA, then they have an increased risk in getting other cancers in the future. So they don't just have to worry about the cancer that they have now, but other cancers can happen. They can get cancer in the other breast, or in the ovaries, or somewhere else, in their prostate if it's a male, in the future. And those risks depend on where we find this change. So for some people, that risk can be 20%. For others, it can be up to 80%, the chance that you can get cancer again somewhere else. And for other family members who might not have cancer at the moment, if they also have this change in their DNA, then they are also subject to have these increased risks to get cancer sometime in their lifetime. As well as management and treatment can be tailored. If we know there's a change, then we can offer things such as risk reduction surgery, where we can remove the breast that is currently unaffected, so in hopes then that we are minimizing the chance of getting cancer again. So you don't just look after the breast that has the cancer, but you also look after the breast that doesn't have the cancer before you get cancer again. Then adjusted screening. So generally in the population, we're all supposed to go for screening, for breast screening and gynecological screenings and things. But if you have a change in your DNA, and we know you have this increased risk, we have different screening guidelines. You have to go for more screening more often, more intense screening. The types of screening change. And then some people are worried about their children then, and their children having this change, if they have the change. And so they start asking about reproductive options, what they can do to know if their child is going to have the same change. And some people go through IVF. There's a procedure where you can actually select which embryos you want to use through IVF that don't actually have that change. And some people want to look at those options. Now, what happens in genetic counseling? So when you come to a genetic counselor, when you send a patient to a genetic counselor, the first thing is we take a very thorough family history and medical history. And then we start looking at the risks and do a risk assessment. What do we think the chance is of this being a genetic thing happening in your family? What do we think the instructions might be that are involved in this? Who are the family members that might be at risk? And we discuss these things thoroughly with the patient. And then we also discuss genetic testing. What options are available to use for genetic testing? Which would be the potential best test in your current situation? And everything about the procedure, how is it done? How long does the result take? All of these things we discuss in length and depth. We also discuss screening. So even though you might not be able to do a genetic test, for whatever reason that might be, there are still screening options, and we discuss those not only for the patient but also for the family members, because we know that prevention is better than cure. So all of these screenings that can be done help us catch the cancer before it becomes a big challenge. So in that sense, we look at the different family members, who is in the family, what are the implications to them if we also found a change in the family, who would be at risk. What are their options? We have a thing called predictive testing. So people who haven't had cancer yet, if we can do a test for them to see if they have the same change that's running in the family. We can start doing screenings to ensure that we can make sure that they don't get cancer, or at least try our best to prevent the cancer or offer all of these managements. We also then help patients to go through an in-depth decision-making process so that they can decide what is best for them with regards to the screening, the testing, their general management. All of these things, we spend a lot of time talking through all of these things and helping patients become empowered to do the right thing that works best for them and their families. We also want to spend time providing psychosocial support. We know it's difficult to be diagnosed with cancer. We know it's difficult to have to go through all of these treatments and to be worried about cancer again in the future and to be worried about one's family. And so we spend a lot of time dealing with all of these things that come about and how you feel about them and how we can help you deal with those things. And so it's a very in-depth conversation that we have with patients to, in an easy, simple way, for everyone to be able to understand all the information clearly, as well as ask any questions that they've wanted to ask and maybe they haven't had the time or capacity to ask or they haven't thought about it before. So this is how we conduct a counseling session to help patients firstly understand all of this information, but also to potentially help them in the future for the way forward. I thought I'd just end off with an example of a case of a patient that came to see me for genetic counseling. And she came, the lady highlighted in purple, she came because she was diagnosed with breast cancer at 50, and also she had a family history, so she had an aunt and a grandma that had breast cancer, and her mother as well was found to have a non-cancerous lump in her breast when she went for screening at 35 years. So this lady came for counseling, and we discussed everything that I mentioned before and all the aspects that Dr. Pemka discussed in her talk. And basically, based on that information, the patient decided to go for genetic testing, and the result came back and found that she had a change in one of these genes that Dr. Pemka was talking about. And so we were able to offer her risk reduction surgery for her other breast, as well as other options, and we could also look at the risk for her children to also have that change, and they have a 50% chance of having that change as well, and so we could offer them to do the same test. Her sister then, who is now highlighted in blue, also came for testing, and then we also then found the same change in her, and we were able to do screening for her then, and at the time that we did the screening for her, we also found a non-cancerous lump that was in her breast, and if we had left that, it could have potentially become cancerous because she wouldn't have gone for the screening, and then she would have been in the same position as her sister. So we could help her in that way, as well as then the implications for her children. So overall, it is important to think about your or your patient's family history and the diagnosis. And if one is concerned that there could be a potential hereditary cancer in this family, then it's important to speak to a doctor about that and to seek potential assistance through genetic counseling or get the doctor to look into possible options surrounding testing and things like that. If anyone has any questions or wants more information, if anything wasn't clear, please feel free to reach out to me, and I'm happy to help where I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kalinka. We are really behind time, so we'll just take one question for her. Okay. If we don't have any more questions or any questions for her, we'll proceed to the last presentation of this morning. Dr. Akpalu will be talking about biosciences. He's a biochemical scientist and clinical researcher. He's also the co-founder and CEO of Refna Biosciences.
Good morning. Okay, so I'm going to try to keep this very short, seeing as we've spent a lot of the morning listening to talks. But I wanted to start off with something that hit me through the at the start of this morning's conversation. There was something KG said about the motivation someone had regarding, why they're so passionate about what they're doing in healthcare. You see, the notion that, yes, we're all waiting to be patients, I didn't quite eloquently put it that way when I decided to make the transition. I used to be on the KG side, working with a pharmaceutical company, Johnson & Johnson, where I was study responsible scientist. For lung cancer was the last assignment I had, where we're testing out a medication, bispecific, for one of those hard-to-treat lung cancer conditions. And it was at that time that I started asking certain questions. You see, my career in J&J fortunately had progressed quite satisfactorily, to the point where I was study responsible scientist for a global program. That was impactful. It was huge. But it came with huge questions, moral questions that I had to ask myself, because at that point we're running a 300 patient study, global. But I couldn't, as a Ghanaian, bring the study home so that we could have patients as part of that program, so we could learn how lung cancer affects us as a people. And it was at that point that I started asking the questions, because I'd been pushing, when you have this situation where there's something you need to confront, but then you just keep suppressing it. Because my career in J&J started off as a pharmacokineticist. So basically what we do is you model drug behavior. This is how you're trying to predict all those things that you've seen prior to the medication being tested in humans the first time. So we learn things from the test tubes, then we do small animals like mice and all, and go through up until non-primate humans, right? And non-primate animals. And then at that point, you want to introduce it into humans to see if how you think that medication is going to will behave. It was during that time that I started asking questions, because a lot of the data that we had came from everywhere else but the continent. So then you ask yourself, all this that I am doing, if and when I become a patient, because it's not an if question, you will be a patient at some point if you live long enough, right? If I get to that point, what happens? Because we're doing clinical trials in controlled settings and learning in other populations. And then we bring those findings here, where genetically we have so much variability, environmentally very different, lifestyle very different. So why do we think that what is working somewhere will work for us? That is what led us to Revna Biosciences. I decided to leave and then use the little that I know from that side to see how we position ourselves, so that hopefully the next Ghanaian who ends up in a situation where they're working with a global pharma company and needs to bring a study home, they can bring it knowing that the infrastructure is there, the institutional voids have been addressed. So very quickly, just a disclaimer here, I will mention some entities and all. The only one that I am affiliated with, and you could by extension talk about financial incentives, is Revna Biosciences. The rest are collaborators and information that I'm using just to educate us on today's topic. We've talked, I think I've touched on this, basically, globally, our genomic makeup is practically invisible. It's not there enough, right? And that is the problem. Then layer that on to the fact that we have diagnostic impenetration. We don't have a lot of access to diagnostics. So our patients are sicker, right? And then we have treatment options that are not optimized for us. So we have so many things going against us as patients on this continent. And we need to address that in very different ways. So Revna Biosciences set out to look at this from a very different perspective. Now, mind you, my background is in drug development. I didn't mention anything about diagnostics, because that's not where I started from. But we quickly realized something when we thought of conceptualizing how we do these things to optimize treatment. Now, treatment is getting very personalized. We just heard earlier on about genetics, how all of us in here have differences, and therefore the way I treat my condition may not be exactly how you treat yours as well because of the cookbook that you have. Okay, so to do that, we had to do things a little differently. We're not a diagnostics entity. We are a precision medicine entity, meaning we're research focused, and we offer diagnostics, biobanking, and clinical research. And I'll explain why we're doing all of those as we go. So you will notice that we have a fairly significant footprint in terms of infrastructure, 9 lab units that cut across various subspecialties. From a service provisions perspective, just to distill it very quickly, so I did mention advanced molecular diagnostics, but we're using the word molecular here a little loosely because we're doing more than molecular right now. We're actually, I think someone asked about karyotyping and all. We're actually validating some platforms so that within the next, call it month or so, we should be able to do karyotyping as well. But on the molecular side, in the Ghanaian context, think of it as all those requests that are being written right now, and the immediate thought is, oh, we have to send this to a foreign land. We're actually doing them right here in Ghana in an ISO accredited facility as well. Then we do biobanking, and let me explain the importance of this. So again, you remember I mentioned that as a drug development modeler, we were getting insights from various parts of the world to help us understand how diseases progress in various populations, and then use those to guide, treatment strategies. Biobanking is basically the process or the act of preserving biological samples in a way that can be used later on for research or even patient treatment processes. So you can think of it as, those who are familiar with this, those tissue blocks. Tissue blocks are examples of preservation or methods of preserving biological samples so that later on you can retrieve these tissue blocks and then try to understand the molecular basis of the patient's disease so that you can predict or give them the best fighting chance in terms of what treatment will work best for them. And we're incorporating that in cancer, where for now, predominantly all patients that bring samples to REVNA for any genetic or molecular testing for them, what we do is we help preserve that baseline, because the baseline is also important down the line, because you want to know at the start how that profile looked like molecularly. And then as you're treating, you can then come back and then look at how these molecular signatures are actually changing. These are practical ways in which we're bringing value to our patients. The other element to that is the digital component of it, and I'll skip that in the interest of time. So again, basically trying to do all of this in a way that one addresses one key thing for us. We believe that if we can give the patient, today's patient, the best fighting chance, we're better placed for tomorrow. Because in helping today's patient, we're learning more about the disease and can then be smarter about what the next generation of diagnostics and treatment can be in very practical ways out of the gate. So very quickly, I did mention a couple of things, but a lot of people in here may be asking, how come we haven't heard of you if you've been around for over 2 years or that kind of a thing? It's because of a couple of things. We understand that we're playing in a global setting. So everything that we do has to be at that standard where it compares with the best you can get out there. So when we unveiled the facility in November of 2022, we spent 18 months after that doing nothing but validating the platform and going after ISO accreditations. We did our ISO accreditations as well with the American Association of Laboratory Accreditations. And we did it in multiple fields concurrently. In clinical diagnostics, virology, bacteriology, and molecular pathology, which is the one that is of most concern to breast cancer as well. But then we also went for biobanking, a full spectrum as well. And I'm happy to say that we are the only entity in the region with this concurrent dual accreditation as we speak. But it's not just about credentials. That's not the point. The point here is we're trying to put the patient first and give that level of comfort and trust that, look, by virtue of the ISO accreditation, you can be sure that right here we will give you as good as it is elsewhere. And as part of the ISO accreditation as well, we are required as a basis to maintain the accreditation that every quarter, all of these platforms that we have, and we run over 300 tests in our facility right now, all of these platforms, every quarter, we are sent blinded samples, and they tell us which tests to run. And we run them, and our results have to be within a certain level of accuracy for us to maintain our ISO accreditation or accreditations. So these are some of the things that we're doing. One, to build that confidence, but importantly, to also build a body of evidence so that we can have that heuristic, rule of thumb in some instances to say, you know what, for our population, based on what we've seen so far, these could be the approaches that help these patients fight. Now, very quickly, let me point to one other partnership here to highlight the fact that this isn't a fight for any one institution or a handful of institutions. It's a collective fight for all of us to do. Earlier on this year, we were fortunate to have a collaboration with AstraZeneca in lung. Again, coincidental, I didn't go after it, but it just happened. But importantly is the fact that when you look at lung cancer, the statistics are very dire. Practically 90–95% of patients diagnosed with lung cancer in Ghana will not live beyond 12 months of the diagnosis. That's the seriousness with some of these. So in partnership with AstraZeneca, we came up with a program where we partnered with a lot of the teaching hospitals, and it's not just Kolebu Teaching Hospital, please. This I need to speak with my team about for getting me in trouble, but it's not only Kolebu Teaching Hospital. We're working with the teaching hospitals, we're working even with private cancer centers as well. But the point here is that through this program, we as a scientific entity have taken on extra steps. KG mentioned patient navigation and support. We're actually doing that. So through this program, within 2 days of a patient being diagnosed of lung cancer, someone in Revna is aware of it, and we help navigate the journey. Because the problem we have in Ghana especially is the fragmented healthcare system. A patient gets diagnosed with lung cancer. It's already stressful, traumatic for the patient. Now the patient has to figure out where do I get my histology done? Where do I get IHCs done? Where do I get molecular done? All while thinking about how much time do I even have? What should I be doing with the rest of the time I have? And can I even afford it? So what we've done through this program is to take that burden, try to take the burden away from the patient and be that buddy for them to say, you know what, let's walk with you and make this part of the journey as easy as it can be for you. Now through that is what through that, not only are we making sure that the patient has that fighting chance, but we're also helping navigate them to that endpoint that we want, which is get them to treatment as quickly as possible. Remember, again, KG mentioned, we're trying to get these patients from diagnosis to treatment in less than 2 months. It's happened. In Egypt, when they started doing this, from what they say about 3 years ago, their patient's journey from point of diagnosis to treatment was 148 days. But today, if you go there and ask them, it's less than 50 days. So we can do it as well, same kind of a process. But the good thing through this process, what we've learned, is that we can replicate this for all cancers in the country. And this is what we're trying to do with Breast Society and other partners as well, to say, listen, we can help navigate this even from our peculiar role as scientists and researchers to facilitate this process, because we know how the algorithm goes, histology, IHC, molecular. The patient doesn't need to know that. The patient doesn't need to be bothered with that. So we can help with that. Now again, it takes a village to do this. Revna hasn't done it because we have some superpowers or anything, but we've been partnered with so many entities across board to get to this point. Now, specifically for breast, I just want to mention something. So again, with breast, we've all heard about BRCA testing, somatic and germline. We have an ongoing promo ongoing at Revna right now, where we're running these BRCA tests right here for our patients. This week alone, I think about 16 or so individuals will have their BRCA results, and these are tests that we run in our facility here. Now, in terms of navigating, getting the samples over and all, we get samples from every part of the country, and there are ways in doing this. As we speak now, we have colleagues on their way to pick samples that were sent to us from Sandema yesterday that we're picking up. So we are finding ways to solve our own problems. We are finding ways to address our challenges in country. And my plea, my call to all of you is that let's partner, let's work together to pool our resources. That's the point. We need to pool our resources to address our own problems. No one's going to come and do it for us. And understanding that at some point we all become a patient. You will be a patient. And I keep reminding myself, we talk about this internally as well, that all these tests that we're running, these are people that we will know or we know. So we have to give them the best opportunities they have to fight. And yes, so BRCA we can do in here for our breast cancer patients who are fortunate enough to have both to have their tissue, especially from a biopsy. What we do is we actually offer them the two types of BRCA test, because there's the somatic and the germline. We've heard about it, right? The germline is what's in your cookbook. Somatic is what you've acquired. Now, why is that important? In the patient who has breast cancer and the tumor's is available, we can then know whether the mutation is acquired or not, and then also be able to then give them the best fighting chance based on what actionable mutations that they may have as well. So I'd like to stop there and say, as you think of some of these problems, you think of these challenges, understand that we are all working hard enough. There are some solutions locally, and we need to be very collaborative in what we do in this fight. And yeah, I will stop there and answer any other questions that anyone may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Akpalo. We'll take one question for Dr. Akpalo, since we are behind time.
Thank you very much. And all that you were saying, I was trying to focus on access by everyone. So when it comes to access, financial access, how are you bridging the gap?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So yes, so the other question that I had, moral question that subsequently came once I decided, okay, I was going to come back home and then do something with the little that I'd learned, was, okay, now we have all these high-end tests in country. I'm able to tell patients, neuro-oncology patients and all of those, what is driving their mutation. But so what? Can they afford it at that point? And was that ethical question there? So what we've ended up doing is that our role has gone beyond the research, diagnostics, and it's actually gone into access to medicine. Because again, this is where drawing from insights as a drug development scientist, I understand that there are, for every program that we develop, there are avenues for access to medicine associated with it. So we try to explore some of these to help, because what is the point in telling somebody this is what is driving your malignancy, but there's nothing you can do about it? What do they do with that information, right? So we're actively, scouring for opportunities in the access to medicine pathway. The one we had with AstraZeneca, for instance, was the same thing. And unfortunately, through this program, the compound, again, this is not, I'm not even going to mention the name, so I don't have to do any disclaimer, but the medication, which is a third-generation tyrosine kinase inhibitor for lung cancer, is now locally available in Ghana as a result of that. These are some of the things that we're trying to do from an access perspective. Now, there's another part to that whole access as well, which is cost, even for the test. Now, again, in doing this partnership with that pharmaceutical company, we managed to get the molecular part of the testing off the table for the patient. And we're able to do this collaboratively, one from our side where we dealt with the original manufacturer who designs the kits that we're using to get the price to us pretty much almost at zero profit to them. And then the pharmaceutical company to sort of cover the operational part of it, because we're a small company, we use electricity and all, we need to be able to pay those things, right? So to cover that, and then we also then got in and said, for our contribution, we're not putting a markup on it. So a lot of these tests we're running almost as an NGO, not for profit at all, it's just purely at cost basis, just to make sure that these prices are low enough so that hopefully with scales of economy, we can keep pushing the price down and get more people in as well. But that's where we are with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Akpalo. That concludes the first session of today's program. I want to thank the distinguished speakers and all of you for participating. We'll take a 15-minute coffee break. Let's use the opportunity to network, visit the poster abstracts, and then the pink wall, leave a message. We'll convene here in 15 minutes' time to continue with the second program. That's the Stakeholders Forum. Thank you, and enjoy your break.
When I was I'm not ready yet. Wait, let me. Let me.
I'm going to be sure. All right.
The one and then face. I should face. Wait. No, I'm not.
So, what advice would you give to women who are scared to go for screening, looking at the advanced?
Thanks for the question. The advice I'll give to women is that please go for screening. Because we usually say early detection is safe. When you detect it, it saves you from the points. But even if you detect it like a latter part, I'm still advising you to screen because there's hope. Even with the palliative cases, there's still a lot of interventions that can be done. So I wouldn't advise any woman, regardless of the stage, to say, I want to go for screening. You have to go for screening. And then start treatment.
I'll come back to her again. Very, very
Ladies and gentlemen, let's please return to our seats.
Your people, your speakers, when they come and they are speaking, they stand by the podium. There is a microphone here for them to speak into the microphone, but they are standing here, and the microphone is here. So how do we get it?
Tell them to stay. Who are assigned to journalists from one media organization to an event? Yeah.
Let's please resume our seats. Final call, please. Let's make our way back into the room so we can start. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, esteemed professionals from healthcare, pharma, academia, media, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to introduce myself so that we can get that minor detail out of the way. I'm Kweku Inshirado. I'm a broadcast journalist. I host the Asasi Breakfast Show on Asasi 99.5 here in Accra. And I will be your master of ceremony for the second part of today's program. I know most of you have already been here since morning, but allow me to welcome you to the 6th annual general meeting and the second stakeholder forum of the Breast Society of Ghana. This afternoon, or this morning onwards, I'd like you to participate with attention and with energy. But more importantly, I need you to remember that every single one of us in this room, from advocates to not-for-profit organizations in this space, members of the society, medical practitioners, and survivors, patients, we're all a vital link in the chain of awareness, treatment, research, and support. And every bit of information that you take out of here will be critical in playing your part. To kick us off, I'd like to ask for a short video. So real faces, real stories, living with advanced breast cancer in Ghana, just to give you a sense of the reality that some people have to live with.
My name is Joyce Maldima. Married with two
While we
kids.
wait for the video to roll,
Breast cancer survivor,
I'd like to
3 years.
request of all speakers who will be coming here subsequently to stay behind the podium, because the TV networks have placed their microphones here and they need to capture everything you say. Thank you. Over to you.
My name is Joyce Maldima. Married with 2 kids. Breast cancer survivor, 3 years. And advanced cancer patient.
My friend is Teresa Paka. They are breast cancer survivor. 3 years survivor. And this month here, they have 3 years of breast cancer survivor.
Your friend is Cynthia Mensah. I was about 3 years ago. And now I can from some breast cancer.
The treatment for breast cancer, everything went on fine. I did a lot of reading, so I actually, was up to all the challenges. Lost my hair and everything. Then when some of the medications were changed, I started feeling numbness and all that. I thank God for my mom, who was here to help me in those 2 years. That was the diagnosis came actually into 2022 in March, early March, the first week of that. That's when the results for the biopsy came up. So she came down a few months. She wanted to come, but I said, well, she should wait. Let me manage. But I was really sick here, weak, tired. Sometimes it feels like I wouldn't make it through the day. Yeah.
Ebi mo kyerɛ me ointment bi mo tell me use ɛbɛkɔ. Me use nduro bebree, but man ho hwɛ. Ɛne ahaban bi mo ɛkyerɛkyerɛ me, but me use yɛ ne nyinaa man ho hwɛ. Nti ɛbɛdum na bi no na ade no ɛyaw no ɛkɔ soro. Nti me yɛ sɛ metu anamo akɔ hospital. Nti me kɔ Akawe. Me kɔ hɔ no ɔmo hwɛ me. Ɛma me run some labs bi ne test bi mu. Me hwɛ ɔmo hwɛ yɛ no ɔmo kɛ sɛ membra ɔmo bɛyɛ surgery ama me.
Asa me hu se lamp bi epie wɔ me motrom ɛyɛ me armpit, between my armpit and my breast. Na enye kese sa. But answer na me be hu sa lamp no na me wɔ hɔ me nya pains for my breast no. Sometimes me tete mu coming. Yeah, then later on me be hu sa de no. And I'm the call nearby clinic. Almost me call no ka hwere me say doctor na ka hwe ba so ma me duro say antibiotic duro. Na me be fie na me be fire nti me be fire no ade achi ekoso na ye kese. But because say na me dey akọ ama doctor anka hwe wo ho ni nti no ma fa ma adwen ankoso. Yi ma adwen fu so. For Nima, best a months ne be a kesi, and I make a show because ne me breast in it's name my doing this. It's a medical be no castle a name tree pompo. Some bit me, mammy, cheer me, bra me the bay, yes, raw, and bed pie. Na me, yeah, by yes to name pie. To me, as a mess on the hospital, you be doing home or still a pompo. Compulsory the almost say any consent be call hospital. Until me, yes, I may come be me brand me giant in my year.
After surgery and after going through radiation, it was okay. Quite stressful as well because you have to go early and be able to finish early and come. It wasn't easy for 25 sessions, back to back. Monday to Friday, unless it's a holiday, you get a break. Monday to Friday, it was not easy, and we had to leave up very early. After, I think, a week or two, I realized that I wasn't even sleeping anymore. At night, I could probably sleep so deep. By 12 or something or 1, when I wake up to pee, I don't get sleep again. I'll be tossing. Sometimes I just have to end up praying, and then sleep. By 4 or 5, that is when I really want to sleep. But I have to be up, and off we go, So it was like that. So anytime we came back, my husband would be like, please go and rest. You know how he feels in the night, so go and rest. I was afraid to sleep because I won't be able to sleep in the night. So, but I tried to just lie down and relax it. Yeah. Then by the 19th or so, or 20th session, before that, a week or two before that, I started having, certain headaches. Sometimes it's so painful. That's from the neck all the way up into my head. And then I complained to the radiologist, and they said, oh, it could just be the fatigue. This thing can be carrying a lot of tiredness and all that. So it could just be in the fact that I wasn't sleeping well.
Tijuana, doctor no, ebe kachire me say ade eye me no, cancer. Na a spread o, no phone no. I say I make an mirror because it's easy. For the first day, I make cancer. Some natural will say when you breast cancer. In fact, when you feel quite poor, who baby I feel quite that.
Me my 5. Me no more funny or me no more papa ni be my back in the room. So as in baby Hannah Chena starting so single payments are of course our situation will and easy. Sometimes transport from here to, but Mr. Gina, and a shame in crime. Say, meet me, can't say, dear, they made me soon because of my children. Sometimes me soon, maybe share them and me soon from an apart to another. Omodomo young color, inti, dear me, huna, a hamina musun is like, and at the same time, I best start here, no, na me first born the poor essays. Make us say, Mena me ye be a papa support the by that much. And see, it's like the story of the stress stable. In this school, waiting was me and I'm a copper. Me, my name is school, and I started sending to turn a home normal. See, I read by a sound, let me imagine some band then walk to school. They blue, mammy. To me, shed in swan. Now, it will have been a SME.
There before Munina Chino, Cancer, no, I say I'm bad. Say, eh, beer, and come on, Conanam Heba, Uncle Chinchi, and Nantenante, and Uncle Shassi and Ebia, the doctor, a catcher, and can be swa, Ebia can money say. By a dear young people to me, a dear Yanaye. A woman said, no, mamma is the mammy. Eh, roho. Then I am a chicken mirror. Then I'm a chicken mirror. It's just it's a one of the row. I've been passing my dog phone boy, your woman who said, be behind me. Then I'm in the media, be family. The next day will be Biara. Second son. So, what do I say your cancer? The old doctor Becca will be out with this so. This so was it no matter, no? Was it that? Was it the women you were and what did you men did not? And yes, one day. You don't have a culture say, give me out with your yet. That one fiber at town. It's answering your men and it's me a dear in I. Young couple. And don't pen I was a one watch and never knew home. One man, about South don't pen home, and what job Nothing. Send young couple no don't pen out. She didn't know to me, my don't penny by any petty idea, and what Jan and Quamba with you. That's just a yes, you will need us all. As I said, ye dear Muja, away you move, and call your mudada. And see a dear, any yard drink, any editing young couple so. They are said, was said, the home was said to be on wire. Yet dry young woman, be the doctor back after ye be a young ye. Said the Abaya, you bet me and Yarisa.
Me betting me treatments. That was me better machine soon. Was a better calling Musika. After say, OPD go, why be never send me down on. Now, Mr. Jenna don't know one day, no, sir. I'm see, we really be alone, so me, where you now. Maybe that machine soon, but me, ya, very fair, in and out, and come back. And I mean, you being sure. We did go put to your hostel. See, I dear son, I'm a better because me determine say many yaren be there. Iti I want to see on your almost be one make now. Kaiso Kashem sending husband any platform now you also need penny be supporting you. And over to your hostel come up. So yes, I will how to feed myself, how to feed my children too. After the machine, I have to go to Accra. Find something and sell. Be a meton, a menia kakra. But machine is so done in easy. Obeda sube no. We a week, 9 o'clock to say ya. But because of say a mwenny baby and intimo, we see for man makoswam and normal. To me cotona mini beer, and the beer saying and palam, na miss me be. Actually, be any the weekends. Na my busy, I be film Monday, come back.
This treatment is not easy, and especially to get a secondary diagnosis is not easy. This one hit me really bad. I had all kinds of ideas going on in my head, but then my first encouragement I gave myself was the woman with the issue of blood, who was not supposed to even be in public, was not supposed to even be seen, was not supposed to even be among people, managed to get to Jesus, to just hold just the tip of the garment, the hair, and got her healing. The amount of faith that she mastered to do that today, dear, today is today. I must get it. That is what I started the treatment with. And that is what I still hold on to. And but the second diagnosis, I said, if he has done it for me to get through chemo, 8 cycles, and go through radiation, it ended up 19 or 20. Even though I did the rest, the rest, what I was left 5 or 6, I had to do it to the brain. So I went to the second machine to use that one. It hasn't been easy. And if he did those ones, then he can help me go through this. I must not die. I must see my children as I have always wished for them to. Everybody gets what you need to make life comfortable. It's not like their father wasn't there, but they also needed me. If they needed anything, instead of going to their dad, they rather, even now, that their father is like, oh, your mother is not well, so stop disturbing her. Why don't you come to me? But they would rather run through me first, run whatever issue they have through me. So I want to be here. I want to be here for them.
I'd like to, before I say anything else, acknowledge the presence of His Royal Majesty Ni Noi Dowona Akoseng the First, Jowulu Abelenkpe Manche. Welcome. So I'll share a very quick story with you. About 13 years ago, my mom was diagnosed with breast cancer. One of the women in that video said that when you get the diagnosis, you wouldn't even know how to get home. I drove from the Ridge Hospital with tears in my eyes to the house because I picked up her mammogram report and I was tempted to read what was in it because I'm her first son and I would be carrying that weight squarely on my shoulders. But I can tell you that in my life, in the last 13 years, I have seen what early detection and treatment and the management can do and when you don't take action. Because sadly, we lost my wife's best friend after my mother had gone on remission and survived. She chose a different path and she didn't survive. Detection, treatment saves lives. With that, help me welcome the president of the Breast Society of Ghana, Dr. Josephine Nsafo.
Thank you, Inshira. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. The Deputy Minister of Health, Honorable Grace Ayinsu Dankwa, I think she's on her way. Honorable Ministers of Parliament, Honorable Assemblymen of the West Ayawa Suwogon electoral area, Honorable Benjamin Okla, and the other assemblymen, I'm not sure if they're in yet, directors from the Ministry of Health, Ghana Health Service, World Health Organization, National Health Insurance Authority, His Royal Majesty, Nidowunu Akoseng the First, Queen Mothers and traditional leaders of the Jowulu Agbelimpe traditional area where we are having our event this morning, presiding ministers of various churches invited here today, the National Chief Imam, I believe, sending his representative here today, our partners from Pharma, and all our sponsors, our sister NGOs, council and members of the Breast Society of Ghana, invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure and pride that I welcome you to the 6th Annual General and Scientific Meeting of the Breast Society of Ghana and to our second Stakeholders Forum today. It's great to have you all back again and a hearty welcome to our first time attendees. This is the Annual General Meeting of the Breast Society of Ghana. Throughout the year, we've been busy engaging in education, educating healthcare professionals, educating breast cancer patients and survivors, and the general public on breast health matters. We've been out there in the communities across the country with breast screening exercises, navigation, and support programs. And we have an ongoing community project you will hear about today. The next 2 days here, we'll be reflecting on our activities over the past year, discussing the business of the society, updating our knowledge. There'll be scientific sessions, sharing our research work, and of course, networking. The stakeholders' engagement in particular, which we have just about to delve into, climaxes our advocacy efforts. Despite the focus of early detection of breast cancer by the society, we focus on early detection. This year's AGM theme, Advanced Breast Cancer, the Underserved Majority, Challenges and Opportunities, has been carefully selected to acknowledge Ghana's reality and burden of advanced breast cancer. Often patients living with advanced disease may not receive the best of care compared to those with early disease for a variety of reasons. Breast cancer research and treatment, however, has improved survival and quality of life of advanced breast disease. And we need to be abreast with these new novel treatments and also make them available to our patients right here in Ghana. Everyone diagnosed with breast cancer, irrespective of stage, deserves a fighting chance. As we get started with the stakeholders' engagement, we will deliberate on the sub-theme, changing the narrative. Changing the narrative. A national call to action, providing hope for advanced breast cancer. I look forward to inputs from government officials here, policymakers, pharma companies, religious leaders, breast cancer survivors, advocates, healthcare professionals, everybody gathered here. And I trust that the media also will carry our message to the good people of Ghana. Together we can change the narrative of breast cancer in Ghana. And that is what our society motto is all about. Joint action for breast care. Once again, you are all most welcome to the annual general and scientific meeting of the Breast Society of Ghana and our stakeholders engagement. I'm truly excited to see you all here. I appreciate your presence and your time today. Do enjoy this session. God bless our homeland, Ghana.
Thank you, Dr. Nsafel, for the warm words of welcome. I'd like to give you another installment to the story. Next month, my mom will be 75. I have since then decided that for as long as I live, I will remind people that you should not be afraid when you hear the word breast cancer, or cancer for that matter. Cancer of all sorts have now been dealt with once they're found out early and you go through the right treatment. And so, as vital links in the chain of awareness and advocacy, please, as we go out and about our lives, let's remind people that early detection truly saves lives. At this point, I'd like to call on Jacqueline Odro Akoto to introduce our chairperson for the Stakeholders Forum. Let's welcome her with a round of applause, please.
Thank you. And good morning once again to everyone. Okay. So I am honored and pleased that I invite to chair this meeting a personality whose presence carries dignity, royalty, and leadership. And so our chairperson today is a custodian of the Ghana heritage, known for his leadership and cultural preservations and commitment to community growth. with over 2 decades of professional experience in the construction industry, with notable works including residential, commercial, and civic projects across the country. He is also very passionate with sports and an advocate as well. He's been involved in some infrastructure sports activities in Accra. I believe that in our culture, the role of the chief goes beyond tradition. It represents guidance, unity, and a strong voice within the community. And so as we are gathered here representing stakeholders involved in breast cancer care, and from diverse communities as well, it is most fitting that we have such a personality chair this meeting. His involvement should be a reminder that the fight against breast cancer is not the sole responsibility of the health workers, but the collective duty for all. And so, ladies and gentlemen, kindly join me in welcome His Royal Majesty Ninoy Dowona Akoseng the First. And so, Mr. Chairperson, your audience, your chairperson. But then I'd like to try this in Ghana. Iwo yehe shibami, se notalo, o tuiboloi, ne se notalo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, before I proceed, I kindly invite all of us to rise and observe a minute of silence in honor of our 8 gallant heroes. This has truly been a sad month for our entire nation. Especially Dr. Omani Boama. May their souls rest in peace. Thank you. Please, you may be seated. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, esteemed health professionals, advocates, survivors, and friends, and most importantly, our resilient women and men whose lives remind us of the urgency of this cause. I greet you all warmly this morning. It is with deep humility, great respect, and a strong sense of responsibility that I, Ninoy Dowona Akoseng I, Joula Manche, stand before you as a chairperson of this year's Stakeholders Forum of the Breast Society of Ghana. I thank the leadership of the society for entrusting me with this role, and I acknowledge the valuable work you continue to do in advancing breast health in our nation. Today, under the theme, Advanced Breast Cancer, the Underserved Majority, Challenges and Opportunities, we gather to confront a reality that is both sobering and urgent. Despite progress in awareness and treatment, too many of our mothers, sisters, wives, and daughters, and indeed, even our fathers and brothers continue to present with advanced breast cancer, often when the chances of survival are most diminished. This is a tragedy we cannot and must not accept as normal. As a traditional leader, I know that health is not just a personal matter. It is a communal responsibility. In our culture, the well-being of one person strengthens the collective, while the loss of one weakens us all. That is why this gathering of policymakers, clinicians, researchers, civil society, and traditional authorities is so crucial. Today, we hold the keys to changing the narrative from despair to hope, from the late presentation to early detection, from limited access to equitable care. We must ask ourselves, what prevents our people from seeking help early? Is it fear, stigma, cost, distance, or lack of trust? Each of these barriers is surmountable if we act together. Parliament can provide policy framework. The Ministry of Health can strengthen systems. Professionals can improve services. Traditional leaders can mobilize communities, and civil society can amplify voices. When each plays their part, we weave a strong net of support in which no patient is left behind. I also wish to emphasize the role of education and advocacy in our homes, churches, mosques, markets, and schools. Conversations about breast health must become as normal as conversations about farming. Businesses or families' silence is not our ally. Awareness is, and for men, let us not forget that breast cancer, though less common, also affects us. We must support our women and remain vigilant ourselves. Permit me to commend the Breast Society of Ghana for your tireless dedication since your establishment in 2018. You have built a community of knowledge, compassion, and service, one that embodies the Ghanaian spirit of resilience. Yet, as you yourselves have noted, the underserved majority still awaits for us to do more. My hope and prayer is that this forum will not only deepen our understanding of the problem, but also inspire concrete actions. Let the discussion today and tomorrow lead to commitments that endure beyond this hall. Commitments that saves lives, restore dignity, and give hope to those who otherwise would forgotten. I pledge my full support and encourage all gathered here to approach this forum not as another meeting, but as a call to action. The lives we save tomorrow will depend on the decisions we take today. May the Almighty grant us wisdom, compassion, and strength as we deliberate together. Let us build a future where breast cancer is no longer a death sentence, but a battle that can be fought and won. I thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ni Noidowona Akoseng the first, the Jola Belinkpe Manche. With him, the following: Ni Tempong Agboulu the fourth, and he's the Osu Kinkawe, Jasi Asafuacha. I also have Na Badu Adiagba the first, Abelinkpe Joulu Manya. Asafuanya Osansa the first, Osu Kajano Asafuanya. Asafuache Anokwa Shegbeye the first, Joulu Abelinkpe Asafuache. Ombanyo Manye. And we've just been joined by the Deputy Minister of Health. Honorable Grace Sudanka, you're welcome. We're going to go into a series of presentations, starting with the State of the Nation address on advanced breast cancer in Ghana. And it will be delivered by a man who's both a member of the Ghana and West Africa Societies of Surgery, or College of Surgeons, and a senior lecturer with the Department of Surgery at KNUST in Kumasi. He also works as a general and breast surgeon at the Komfanochi Teaching Hospital. Currently serving as the head of surgery project in the City Cancer Challenge in Kumasi. A member of the governing council of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. Site principal investigator for the Ghana site of the International Center for the Study of Breast Cancer Subtypes. Is a son of the land, Ivy League trained, and full of experience. With a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Ishmael Che.
A very good morning to everyone. Honorable Ni, thank you very much for the kind introduction. We have a very short time, and I'm promising the society some of my time, so I'll be very brief. Okay, this will be the outline very briefly. I'll go through these. And when I got the topic, I should discuss advanced breast cancer, the state of the nation, I instantly became a politician, but I changed my status immediately. So as we are aware, breast cancer is the commonest cancer among women worldwide. Same with our country, Ghana. Advances have been made. Real advances have been made in the treatment, and these have really impacted outcomes. So the videos we saw were really very, very emotional. I can tell you that if we were to do the same video in the United States, nobody would be moved. That's because of the advances they have. Unfortunately for us in this part of the world, the impact of these advances is yet to be seen, because a significant number of our patients still present very late. When you come late, the treatment is less efficient and the survival is poor. The numbers are as displayed. In 2022, and these are underestimations. 2022, we had over 5,000 new breast cancer cases in Ghana. I brought this image to draw attention to something. Breast cancer is the leading cause of cancer in women in Ghana. But very soon, with the introduction of the immunization against HPV, the graph will even look worse, because cervix cancer, which is number 2, would in 10 years be 10-20 years be even lower. So breast will really stand out as the most common cancer in our women. What's advanced breast cancer? Once a diagnosis of cancer is made, one of the things doctors do is to determine the extent of the disease. The extent is what we would say is the stage of the disease. How much of the disease is in the body, basically. We do investigations, CT scans, abdominal ultrasounds, if you are fortunate, some bone scans. And I'm hoping very soon in Ghana, PET scans will be available. So we classify those who have their cancers, not just in the breast, but also in the lymph nodes, in the armpit, and those whose tumors have moved out of the breast and the lymph nodes to other organs of the body as those with advanced breast cancer. If you look at the image to your right, the last 2 images to your right, which we've circled as 3 and 4, they constitute the advanced breast cancer. So the disease has moved out from just the breast into the armpit, or from the breast into another organ which is not the breast, including the other breast, especially if the disease didn't start in that one. So that category of patients are what are generally referred to as the advanced breast cancers. Why are we concerned about patients with advanced breast cancers? The first and most important is that the more advanced your disease, the less likely you survive for a long time. So stage 3 and 4, from, you see the arrow pointing down, in 5 years, 30% of people who presented with stage 3 and 4 will be alive. So it's important that we get our diseases early. Again, even though they die because of advanced disease, it costs more to treat them. So aside the fact that the disease is killing them, the impact of the disease on the state economically, on the patient economically, is also higher. So the patient will save more if the patient is seen earlier than if she comes later. And for a country like Ghana, we cannot overemphasize that. So what is the picture like in Ghana? If you run a cursory search for breast cancer in Ghana, you see that majority of our patients come with stage 3 and stage 4. To your left is a study from Cape Coast. I'm sorry, the figures are not so clear. Over 70% of those who went to Cape Coast or who were assessed in Cape Coast had disease which was stage 3 and 4. Kumasi to your right, over 80%. Greater Accra, about 80%. So the picture in Ghana is like that. 75% to 80% of all our breast cancer cases we see come either as stage 3 or stage 4. Meaning in 5 years, majority will not be alive, and the state and the individual is also going to spend loads of money trying to get health care. To put this thing I'm talking about in proper perspective, fortunately, I don't know, it's God inspired. I had a visit from one of my patients on Monday. She came after the clinic, so I was trying to write this slides, get the slides done, and I engaged her in a conversation. This was a story. I've abridged it as much as possible for the purposes of time. So Madam EA is a 46-year-old woman. She has one child. She discovered a lump accidentally in her breast 3 years ago. Her first hospital visit after noticing the lump was about 6 months later. She had a lumpectomy. That means the mass in the breast was removed by a doctor and sent for laboratory analysis. When the report was ready, the doctor was unavailable. She said she had a discussion with the nurse about what the report said, and she admits she didn't really appreciate what the nurse meant by what she was saying. The lump recurred after 5 months. Then she reports to us at Comfort Teaching Hospital, where we get a core biopsy done, which confirms a triple-negative breast cancer, the aggressive type of breast cancer. We stage it as stage 3. Remember, I told you majority of our patients come late. We stage it as stage 3. She gets discussed at the tumor board. The plan was to start neoadjuvant chemotherapy. She had multiple cycles of the first-line medications that we have. Disease, however, was progressing. Tumor was increasing in size. So she came back to tumor board for a discussion. At the time, the plan was, if the chemo is not working, we should give some radiotherapy to the breast to see if that will work. Unfortunately, at the same time, the confirmatory radiotherapy machine broke down. After back and forth, we finally agreed to bring her to Accra, the Sweden Ghana Medical Center, to come and have the treatment. We get to see her after a year. Tumor had regressed, but had started to grow back. This is Madam EA in intractable pain. We ultimately had to do some palliative surgery to improve her clinical state and improve her quality of life. From this story, I can see gaps, and I'm sure if you study the story even more, you see even more gaps. What's the first gap I saw? Madam EA discovered a lump accidentally. We should move away from accidental discovery. The barest minimum should be self-breast examination, so that the latest you find a mass in your breast is 1 month after, from the previous month. If you don't notice anything the previous month and you see something, we expect that it should be as close to stage 1 or 2 than the 3 and 4 that we see. When she discovered the mass, she waited for 6 months before she made the first attempt to seek health care. At the hospital, at that time, 43-year-old woman with a lump in her breast should rarely get a lumpectomy. there should be a needle biopsy. Histology took a few months. Histology should not take a few months. The doctor may not have discussed with anybody. She ended up with a general nurse, I'm sure, who worked in that private hospital, who discussed the report with her. So it was no surprise that the tumor recurred after 5 months. Again, multiple cycles of the first-line medication, and there was no progression. There was no improvement, regression of the disease. We can't continue giving first-line to such a patient. We should have gone up, but it's not available. Again, she's supposed to have radiotherapy. Confirmation is the only radiotherapy center from Paga to Kumasi. She had no other option in Kumasi. So we have to bring her to Accra. And she tells me about how she had to go get accommodation, leave her only daughter in Kumasi. The stress was too much. And again, after the stress and the cost, she came back to us after 1 year. Why didn't she come immediately after treatment? There were gaps, no navigation, etc. So we noticed from the story that recognition delay is significant in our environment. Patients are not aware of symptoms, there's stigma. You remember the videos we saw? So pompo medicine was being given, etc. Access delay. It took her a while to come see me. Why was that? For those of us in the major treatment centers, it's quite an accent. You go to oncology department on a Monday, and it's like you are in the market. Unbelievable. The queues are long. Patients have traveled from a lot of places. Patient gets a lumpectomy. Core biopsy should be available. Turnaround time. She spent 2 months waiting for her results. Receptor testing at the first instance was not done. It had to be at the core biopsy stage after she come to see us when the tumor recurred. Delays in treatment, radiotherapy. The machine broke down. The machine actually broke down for a while. That one, we don't want to talk about it plenty here. For palliative care, we started something. It's not as disseminated as we would have hoped. How should we go? We believe that early detection, we should take advantage of every patient we see who is female. ANC clinic cannot run without examination of the breast. General OPDs, patients should be told something about self-breast examination and clinical breast exam. There is no way we can have enough mammograms in the next 10 years for our country. In fact, the radiologists are not even available to read those mammograms. So we are a bit limited when it comes to screening, and we should rely more on self-breast exam and clinical breast examination. We should have standardized referral algorithms. For instance, we should improve core biopsy services. And one of the presenters mentioned how a patient would travel long distance just to come and have a core biopsy. I don't think core biopsy is such a sophisticated procedure that a medical officer cannot be trained to do. Cutting costs, cutting travel times, risks of road accidents, etc., will really, really improve our outcomes. Turnaround time for our biopsies. I must admit there's been a significant improvement. When I was in medical school, sometimes it was 6 months. Now, you can get it in 4 days if you have a very good working relationship with your pathologist. But by and large, 2 weeks you should be able to get your morphology, then another 2 weeks for the immunohistochemistry characterization. Now, staging. There is a work I'm sure Dr. Samuel Mensah will present tomorrow that really emphasizes that majority of patients who come to us, we lose a significant number because when it comes to staging, because it's all out of pocket payments, they don't have the money to do the staging. And without the staging, we can't move forward. So you get 1,000 patients this year, but you see that just about 40% come back to you when the staging stage of the treatment is asked for, because CT scan on the average will cost about 3,000 cedis, and that puts a lot of our patients off. Chemotherapy. In our story, she had first line because that was what was available and on the National Health Insurance. But I sincerely believe this woman could have benefited from advanced chemotherapy, second line, third line, targeted therapy if you could target something somewhere. Radiotherapy services is a big, big problem. We have just 3 machines in Ghana, and they are machines, okay? They are real machines that can really break down and break down for a long time. So there are things we should look at. Surgical workforce, I must admit, we are doing well. The numbers are going up. We are not there yet, but the numbers are improving. Another phase of the woman's problem was the lack of follow-up that we didn't have. I'm told my time is up. Role of primary health care. We believe this is very critical if we want to achieve what we really want to achieve. Primary health care professionals are the key to overcoming the difficulties we've seen in the story. This should include community education, especially on symptoms, standardized clinical breast exam. And you see, we can train every cadre of health worker to do clinical breast exam. We can't just wait for the doctors or the oncology nurses to do that for us. So basically, for a primary healthcare person, professional here, anytime you have a suspicious lesion on clinical breast exam, please get an ultrasound done if possible within the week, or call biopsy. If biopsy is not available, the next higher facility should be able to do a biopsy for you. Once the biopsy is determined to be cancer, make sure the patient gets MDT review or sent to a specialist clinic. There are some times that you need to fast track these patients, especially if there are clear symptoms and signs of malignancy. We are hoping in the very near future that 60% of our pathology reports will come with immunohistochemistry characterization within 14 days. That the median time from first presentation to treatment will be less than a month. That over 70% of our districts would have at least one clinical breast examination provider per facility. And that would move to reduce treatment abandonment to less than 10% and get over 80% of our advanced breast cases discussed at the MDT prior to treatment. Key takeaways. Wow. We are hoping that in the next few years we'll get here. Advanced breast cancer is common, yet improvable if we all put our hands to the wheel. Clinical breast exam, self-breast examination, screening mammography implementation should be done across board. We should standardize diagnostics and timely systemic therapy. Primary health care, I said, hold the key to us overcoming this difficulty. In all this, we should get data and improve our outcomes. Summary, no woman should die because she didn't know, couldn't afford, or was afraid to seek help. Thank you very much.
For Dr. Ishmael Che. Allow me at this point to show some gratitude to a number of organizations who have contributed to making this possible. Our presidential sponsor, AstraZeneca, executive sponsor, Revna Biosciences, elite sponsor, SAF, that's STL Amandi Foundation, gold sponsors, Roche Pharmaceuticals, MTN Ghana, Batch Freight and Logistics, and associate sponsors, Pathologists Without Borders, Rock Chemist, Pharma Symbiosis, Sonotech Medical and Diagnostic Center, Hills Pharmaceutical Limited, My Health Corp Limited, Enterprise Computing Limited, and Fiesta Royal Hotel. I think they deserve a round of applause. We'll now take an address by our guest of honor. She's the Member of Parliament for Esikado Ketan constituency. And I'm recalling it from memory. That's why I looked at you for approval. And the Deputy Minister for Health, Honorable Grace Ayensu Dankwa. Let's welcome her, please.
Thank you, everyone. Incidentally, I'm also a surgeon, a general and reconstructive surgeon, so I also do breast surgery. So just so you know. So it's good to be here. I'm glad I'm here, and especially when it has to do with medicine, it has to do with surgery, and it has to do with women, because all three of them, I'm in all three categories. And so I'm so glad that I took this opportunity to attend this meeting. So Mr. Chairpersons here, President and members of the Breast Society of Ghana, distinguished guests, healthcare professionals, survivors, advocates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm deeply honored to be part of this important forum, which addresses a matter central to public health and to the lives of countless Ghanaian women, breast cancer, especially in its advanced stages. I commend the Breast Society of Ghana for convening this dialogue and for your unwavering advocacy and professional dedication. The Ministry of Health viewed this year's theme as a call to action. We are aware that breast cancer remains the leading cause of cancer-related death among women in Ghana, largely because too many cases are detected late. This means women face treatments that is not only more complex and costly, but also less effective. It is this reality that the ministry situates its perspective, strengthening breast cancer care across the entire continuum. Prevention, early detection, diagnosis, treatment, palliative care, and survivorship. In Ghana, it is estimated that over 5,000 new cases of breast cancer are recorded each year, with nearly half of these women losing their lives largely due to late detection and limited access to timely and affordable care. While the 5-year survival rate in low and high income countries is close to 90%, in Ghana it is below 40%, underscoring the urgent need to strengthen early detection and expand access. Also make treatment more affordable to all. The ministry's vision is to shift the trend of diagnosis away from advanced stages 3, 4, and 5 towards early detection stages of 1 and 2, and preferably in the pre-cancer stage, as the previous speaker had spoken, where interventions are more effective and survival chances are greatest. From the ministry standpoint, our focus rests on 3 clinical pillars: access, affordability, and compassion for the underserved. In terms of access, every woman in Ghana, irrespective of her location, must have timely access to breast cancer information, screening, diagnosis, and treatment. In this regard, the ministry is committed to strengthen early detection efforts through the free primary health care initiative. This places preventive and basic health services within reach of all citizens. By integrating breast health education and screening into primary health care delivery, we aim to identify cases much earlier. We are also intensifying community-based awareness campaigns, strengthening referral pathways, and collaboration with partners to enhance diagnostic and treatment facilities nationwide. It is our firm commitment that no region, and indeed no woman, will be left behind. In terms of affordability, We recognize that the cost of cancer care is a significant barrier. Again, as the earlier speaker had spoken, with many families pushed into financial hardship when a loved one is diagnosed. To address this, the National Health Insurance Authority provides comprehensive women healthcare coverage, including breast cancer treatment, while also covering catastrophic expenditure to ensure that chronic and devastating health conditions do not impose unbearable financial burdens on patients and their family. In addition, the recently established Ghana Medical Trust Fund, popularly known as Mahama Cares, offers an important safety net to further protect the most vulnerable. Together, these measures will strengthen our commitment to affordability, equity, and universal access, ensuring that no woman is denied life-saving care because of cost. In terms of the compassion for the underserved, finally, at the heart of our approach may be compassion. Advanced breast cancer patients often feel neglected and without hope. As a ministry, we are committed not only to improving clinical outcomes, but to also ensure dignity, psychosocial support, and holistic care for women living with breast cancer. We must treat every patient with humanity, empathy, and respect. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as part of strengthening cancer care across the continuum, the ministry is currently working towards the establishment of a comprehensive national cancer registry. I do know that we have one, but I think that we need to strengthen it so that with that data, you can provide it to us as the ministry, and the ministry can also make informed decisions with evidence-based. I'm talking to you. Okay, so this one is off script, right? But it is very important because the better data you give us, the better we can incorporate this into both our free primary health care, which is for what you had discussed, the community outreaches, the early detection, and then the Mahama Cares, which is a Ghana Medical Trust Fund, because that is where those who have been diagnosed and they have maxed out on their national health insurance can now apply for the fund, and then we can support them to finish out their treatment modalities. So it's important that we use good data. So previous speaker say, doctor, bring me good data and we'll do our best from the ministry to support you. So as part of strengthening our cancer care across the continuum, the ministry is currently working towards the establishment of a comprehensive national cancer registry. This will enable us to collect reliable data on incidence and prevalence, treatment outcomes, and survival rates, which will be essential for planning, policy making, and resource allocation. However, we cannot achieve this goal alone. We therefore extend our earnest appeal to our development partners, research institutions, civil society organizations, the private sector to support this effort. Together we can build a robust evidence-based that will guide effective intervention and ultimately improve outcomes for breast cancer patients and all those affected by cancer in Ghana. On behalf of the Ministry of Health, I reaffirm our commitment to this cause. Let us use this forum not only for ideas with practical strategies that will change the narrative of breast cancer care in Ghana. It is now my honor to declare this stakeholder forum on breast cancer officially open. Thank you, and God bless you all. And I know you had opened before I got here, but most of the discussions and the things you are discussing here, all of you that are here, on behalf of the ministry, we are grateful. Bring us the information, the data, and we'll also do our part so that we can have, if not a cancer-free, cancer, what's the word? A cancer, we can't do cancer-free. A cancer caring and a cancer forward so that we can prevent it before it happens. As we always say, prevention is better than cure. So we are here for you. We are here to support. I also suggest that perhaps after this meeting, the stakeholders maybe will bring us some information on how best, because if we look at the cancer in terms of the top 5, breast cancer is number 1. So if even Mahama Case is going to talk about cancer, the first one probably will be to start with breast. So bring us information. We are there. I'm also a surgeon. I've dealt with breast cancer. So I think that we are all in the right place with the right ideas. Let's get together and solve the problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Grace Sayin Sudankwa for those remarks. So we'll have another presentation, and this time it will be on the topic Turning the Tide, Emerging Opportunities in the Management of Advanced Breast Cancer. With a round of applause, please welcome consultant, radiation and clinical oncologist, Dr. Bafo Ewa.
Good afternoon. I think the speaker from morning to now have touched on all the issues. I will try and maybe suggest some of the how to do it. After almost 25 years in this space, we are still talking about the same thing. This one, we know it. The objectives, purpose, the definition Dr. Che has defined the advanced breast cancer clearly. And the goal of care is disease control, symptom relief, quality of life, and prolonged survival at a very high cost. And most of the time, we don't have money to foot the bill. Sorry. Before coming here, I went to our tumor board and picked 50 cases from February to July this year. And you see, I got only 9 T1, T2. T3, T4, 23, metastatic 6. So 82% of our cases either locally advanced or metastatic. And I'm going to present 3 cases. And as I present, I want you to ask to follow the duration of symptoms, other medical conditions, hypertension, diabetes, I'll talk about it, herbal medicine, and our weak health systems. I think if you are able to look at these 4 areas, you'll make significant impact. 47-year-old lady presented with breast lump, which was 3 years. And at the time he came, stage 4 disease, lung metastasis, everything. The second case, 34 years, breast lump. When she came, he was lactating and had triple negative disease, also T4. We have the 49-year-old lady, non-diabetic. I will explain why I'm bringing that. Breast lump for 2 years, And she also came with T4. And the question is why? In the midst of all these, those of us who read, we have these emerging therapies, all the chemotherapies, target therapies, immunotherapies, all of them are very good. Now it looks like we don't want any breast cancer patient to die. We don't want any breast cancer patient to die. So all these are available, but not affordable, unfortunately. In terms of surgery, the surgeon will tell you they've gone from radical mastectomy, modified radical, breast conservation, sentinel lymph node. Now we are talking about breast reconstruction, but not all of them are available to our patients. Radiotherapy, we know all the techniques, we know all the machines are available, but unfortunately, we don't have them in Ghana. We listened to the earlier precision medicine. Now we are in the era of 4 Ps. 4 Ps. Predictive medicine. If you can predict, you prevent. If you can't prevent and unfortunately you diagnose, you personalize the treatment. And in all this, you do it in a participatory way. 4 Ps. Predictive, preventive, personalized, and participatory. But unfortunately, the participatory part, most of the time, is missing in our environment. We have the multidisciplinary clinics. I quite remember in the early 2000s, we started multidisciplinary clinic at Kolebu. I went to Komfo-Anokye and we started the one there. We have all these trained specialists, medical, radiation surgeons, name them. Nurse navigators, they are all there, but are we using them effectively and efficiently? It's a question that we will talk about. Challenges. Dr. Chi has highlighted all the delayed diagnosis. Pathology is a challenge. It's only Komfo-Anokye, Kolebu, teaching hospital. So if you live at, let's say, Sandema, Boku, having your sample getting to these places and getting the results back, for management, it's an issue. And all the limited, these things Dr. Chi has talked about them. Fragmented care, it has been mentioned severally this morning. And psychosocial issues. We will talk about the traditional and orthodox medicine. Are they complementary or detrimental? Because this is one of the major challenges facing us as a country when it comes to breast cancer management. But they also always say, don't talk about challenges all the time. Don't agonize all the time. If there's agony, you can organize and look at the opportunities in them. We talk about data. Do we have our own data? Screening and early detection, I'm not going to repeat them. We have multidisciplinary care, but I want us to look at, do we have a Ghana National Breast Care Agenda? And I think Breast Society of Ghana, maybe you'll be taking a lead in this. I know in the USA, as far back as 1965, 6 people start somewhere and saw that cancer care was not good. And that gave birth to American Society of Clinical Oncology. And now they've moved up managing now, they are de-escalating because they've managed patients. Now they are now looking at the side effects of their treatment so that they minimize their treatment. But we are rather moving up. But we are lucky we have people to learn from. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Expansion of early diagnosis, the minister has said it, multi-center treatment protocols, we need to have a multi-center protocols. And training program for oncology workforce, nurses, doctors, pharmacists, and name them. But I want us to look at something. Whilst preparing myself, I came across this quote, which was said by one Lord Kelvin in the 1800s. He said, I often say that when you can measure what you are speaking about and express it in numbers, you know something about it. But when you cannot express it in numbers, your knowledge is of a meager and unsatisfactory kind. It may be the beginning of knowledge, but you have scarcely in your thoughts advanced to the stage of science, whatever the matter may be. We talk and talk and talk and talk. Do we have the numbers? I want us to look at this. And I said we must tell our own story, collecting, analyzing, and using our known data for decision making. Let's tell our story. I like they say that until the lions tell their own stories, the tale of hunting will always glorify the hunter, true or false? So are we telling our stories? And I'm looking at this. We must be intentional about whatever we are doing. "20 years ago, 25 years ago, advanced breast cancer, we always talk, Mommy, 1 month. Why? Pathway of breast cancer management from individual homes to the breast treatment centers. I once had a patient from WA whom I gave chemotherapy. And because of accommodation, after chemotherapy, was going back to WA. And at 9 p.m., this lady called me, Doctor, I'm throwing out. And that night, I told myself as a doctor, I failed because I have not helped this woman. Giving chemotherapy, go back to WA, but I also didn't have the means. Pattern of care, breast cancer, can we say that if an average breast cancer comes today, we can tell her you are going to complete treatment in the next 3 months, 6 months. Do we have that data? So that when a patient comes to us, during our communication, we'll tell you going through the A, B, C, D. If you listen to the case that Dr. Che presented, if that communication had gone down to the patient, I'm sure maybe the outcome would have been different. So telling our own stories is looking at some of these things. Pattern of care challenge, because if you know the pattern of care, then you mark the challenges, and then as the challenges come, you fix them. Many a time, when we are managing patients, the goal of you, the clinician, and that of the patient should align. But many a time, what we think, oh, mommy, or say your operation, or so no for no call. We saw in the video somebody saying, when they tell you, it's like your whole world has come to stop. How do we communicate this? So we must make sure at any point in time our goals align. Are there any other issues we need to know about the patient before, during, and after treatment? Who is taking care of the business at home, family at home, transportation, accommodation? People sell their properties. And truly, people have sold their property because we have told them they are going to get killed. And in less than 6 months, boom. So at times, the pain is not only the loss of the individual, but I see my house, I've sold it, yet the person is not there. Doctors, nurses, do you think about this? Do we have data on this to inform us when we are making decisions? Our clinical practice issue, we just heard about primary care physicians. How closer are we with our primary care physicians? How are we mentoring them? You go to MDT, and when they are presenting a case, they say, oh, this patient is known hypertensive diabetic. And this patient will come with advanced breast cancer. And you ask yourself, in the medical school, when we go to medical, 4th year, the first thing they teach us is clinical methods. And I went to look at clinical McLeod Hutchison's. It's in there that during our general examination, we need to examine, for a woman, we need to examine the breast. Times you have to do even vaginal examination. Do we do this? Somebody have been coming to a clinic, hypertension, diabetes for several years, and nobody look at the breast. Is this something that we need to look at? These are the low-hanging fruits that can be done at the primary level. Or if you can't do it, and I've said that if you can post in all consulting rooms, Madam, have you checked the breast? Have you gone for this? Have you done this? Can I do it for you? This is a low-hanging fruit that at least. And I think we can also go back and research to maybe clinical notes. This person coming, has he ever had maybe clinical breast examination? So, Breast Society of Ghana, let's flag this. Guidelines. And I put here level-specific guidelines. Guidelines can be applied across the care continuum, but many a time. And now I'm going to, we think we, the oncologists, all the patients should come to us. And that's why our clinics are always flooded. So we might begin to look at task shifting. Psychosocial issue, palliative care, physical care. We talked about it this morning, the exercise mindset. If we have multiple people engaging these patients, I think the communication will go down for them to understand. Addressing stigma, culturally sensitive survivorship care. We have our survivors, how are we engaging them, communication, how are you also using them to educate other people. And this will be the heart of my presentation. If we are able to strengthen the health system, health system and have Ghana National Breast Agenda, we need to advocate for decentralized services. And this one is policy issue. So, Honorable Deputy Minister, this is a policy issue. How can I, maybe consultant sitting somewhere, or working at Komfo-Anokye, facilitated to maybe go to Sunyani once a month, go to North once a month, so that it will limit the movement of patients. We always say effective referral system. I can stand here and say a robust referral system will, that is only one way. Patient moving from primary to tertiary level has never worked and will never work, especially in non-communicable disease era. So rather, the specialists moving closer to where the patients are, because if you have breast lump, it's not painful. So if you are referred, what's the motivation? And in our society too, it's only when you see red, pain, you fall down, then your family members will come and support you. But to me, the tiny breast lump is emergency, not the advanced one. If you come and it's late, there's no emergency in it. So this one is policy, decentralized services. So we need to develop and institutionalize outreach specialists and consultant services. Develop, implement the usage. I put usage here because if you develop, implement, and it's not used appropriately, effective referral system, forward and backward referral. Let's look at that. Expansion of this one I've talked about. Accommodation issues. NGOs, other stakeholders, and I must say here, it's only Ghana that I know that NGOs, when they get funding, they want to do the work themselves. But in advanced cases, NGOs get funding and then maybe support practitioners to do research, implementation, to change practice. But I find NGOs going down, do all the clinical breast examination, then say, Mamiko Hospital. Transportation issues. Somebody said, we have PRTU. How well are we engaging them? I was happy it was mentioned this morning. Collaboration with traditional medicine people. And here, I want us to look at this picture. We have two donkeys. You see how they are tied with one rope? They are eating. Look at the third one. As one is pushing, the other is pulling. We want to eat. Then they say, let's sit down and talk. After talking, you see all of them now they can. Does this speak to us? Is this picture relevant? We always talk, including myself. You didn't come early, you didn't come early, you didn't come early. If you read the Ghana Demographic Health Survey, the proximity of traditional medicine practitioners to patients, and they have to travel to us. If I don't have money and somebody says, I'll give you help to apply, they'll go. And the other thing, do we have the evidence to say, I know it's not good, but have we documented it? And evidence to prove that what they have is not good. Maybe their practice can be useful in palliative setting, pain control, but we have dismissed all these. And I think it's time for us to sit down with them. And I say this because I've lived in it, I've practiced it, and I think they are also hungry to meet us. So let's look at that. Turning the tide. I've already said so many things, but I think we must begin to look at breast cancer as a chronic disease and manage them like we are managing hypertension, diabetes, so that throughout the life course, when they come to us, we manage them. Then they don't default. We can just, when they are recurring, we can catch them early. We need more accessible, personal, equitable care and stronger focus on quality of life and patient care. I think when we are managing patients, whether cure or whatever, the emphasis should be quality of care. Because your quality of life will translate into long-term survival. Many a time we resign ourselves that, oh, this advanced, so nothing can be done. And I must say, those survivors never say nothing can be done. At any point in time, something can be done. Research and development. So we need alliances. But I want to end with this. What I'm proposing should be our focus. We need to strengthen our health system. And as we strengthen it through the artery services, guidelines, we will downstage our diseases using basic technology like clinical methods. This October month is good, but if it becomes a practice that every consulting room is practicing effective clinical methods, we make a huge difference. Now, telemedicine technology is also creeping in, artery services, using effective and efficient referral. This will lead to early detection, diagnosis, and treatment. And luckily, the health insurance, the Ghana Health Trust, Mahama Care is coming in. So funding, we are all sure very soon funding will become available. But when we let's put this in proper writing, because National Health Insurance breast cancer care, we are covering certain drugs, and at time testing of receptors is not covered. The co-payment is just too much for the patient. Because now, from the earlier presentation, you can see that breast cancer is not one disease. And if you have 10 breast cancer patients, some positive, negative here and there, so if you don't test the receptors, and they are so expensive. And once you do this, the workers become satisfied. And then implementation, science research, I've talked about it. So the tide is turning, but faster progress depends on how intentional we can institutionalize the following. Train and motivate workforce to deliver on their mandate. And here I put in train and motivate. I hope the health workers are happy. Decentralized services, equitable access to innovative therapies, health system strengthening, sustainable funding, Global solidarity to break gaps. NGO, CSO, development partners, or we should all come together so that we can transform management outcome of advanced breast cancer. And I quote Obama, yes, we can. Acknowledgement, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bafowa. So, I think at this point, I'm going to invite a friend of mine over. It's from my Health Corp. So, Health Corp, they're vigilant, and they're going to make sure that while we've been seated for quite a while, we don't damage our backs in the process. Welcome, Mr. Ba Setre Ejekum. Oh, round of applause, please.
Right. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I met some of you earlier today. So we've been sitting for some time, especially after our coffee break and a few speeches. So we're going to move a little bit, okay? Don't worry, it's not something that's going to make you sweat, okay? There is a tagline we use in my Health Corp. When I say my Health Corp, you say live healthier, live stronger, live longer. My Health Corp. My Health Corp. Wonderful. So now I have your attention. Okay. So I'm going to issue a series of instructions, okay? When I say stand, you stand. When I say sit, you sit. Okay? I'm the boss. Okay, stand. Sit. Stand. Some of you haven't done squats in a long time. Sit. Stand. Good. Sit. Last one. Stand. Okay, sit. Good. So now let's engage the brain a bit. When I say sit, you stand. When I say stand, you sit. Okay? Sit. Some are sitting. Somebody forgot themselves. Stand. Sit. Stand. Stand. Aha. Stand. Sit. Good. Stand. You're confused. Okay, now, when I say wave, you just wave, okay, with the right hand, okay? Remember, we are keeping the same instruction from before. Stand. Wave. Sit. Very good. Wave. Sit. Stand. Wave. Sit. Confusion everywhere. Stand. Stand. You're standing. Okay. Now, when I say name, just mention your first name, okay? All at once. Wave. Name. Name. Stand. Hey, why sharp? Wave. Sit. Some are sitting. Stand. Okay, now let me see if I really have your attention. When I say wave, you mention your name. When I say name, you wave. Are we ready? Okay, stand. Good. Wave. Someone waved and mentioned their name at the same time. Sit. Name. Wave. Stand. Sit. Wave. Name. Well done. Clap for yourselves. Okay. Do I have more time? Okay, we'll wrap it up there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We wish we had more time. That was really fun. A round of applause for Mr. Setre Jakum from my health corp. So we live healthier, we live stronger, we live longer. Thank you very much. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of a few very notable people. So the assembly members, and the presiding assembly member for the Ayawaso Wesco area. Please give us a wave if you're here. Wonderful. And we're also joined by members of the Bethany Methodist Church in Jolu. A wave if you're here. Okay. And we also have the acting program manager for non-communicable diseases, Dr. Wallace Odiko Olenu. Wonderful. Also, Dr. Pearl Nanka Bruce, country director for Japago. And Maud Loco Breast, the president of the Maud Loco Breast Cancer Foundation, Ms. Phyllis Buckman. And we're also happy to acknowledge Ms. Eunice Nyako, who is a director at Safe Haven Cancer Support Center. Pink for Africa. Juliet, I haven't seen her. Oh, okay, you're representing Pink for Africa. Welcome. A round of applause, please. And finally, Isabella Asante, founder of Embrace Society. And our friends from Bisayang. You're all very welcome. Now, we're going to go into a panel discussion. And the panelists will include people you've heard from and maybe people you've heard from. So we'll take a video message, after which I'll introduce the panel and the moderator. You'll be hearing from the presiding bishop of the Methodist Church, the national chief imam, and Mrs. Gifty Afenyi Dadsi of the Women's Aglow movement. So please avert your eyes to the screen and enjoy.
Beloved viewers and listeners, I'd like to bring you greetings from the conference office of the Methodist Church Ghana. I am the Most Reverend Professor J. Kwabena Samojedu, presiding bishop of the Methodist Church Ghana, and I'd like to greet you all. We are in that season of the year in which we remember victims of this terrible and dreadful disease called breast cancer. Unfortunately, in spite of the progress that the world has made in terms of medical science and technology, many people, when they are affected by this disease, seek help from unorthodox sources. I'd like to warn against seeking interventions from diviners, herbalists, not even from prayer camps. There's nothing wrong with seeking prayerful intervention when you have an ailment. We all believe in the miracle powers of God and His grace. But if prayer works, we must also understand that interventions of modern medicine are also a gift from God. And so we'd like to encourage those who have breast cancer, that unfortunate disease, to seek prompt medical care and attention. For those who have healthy breasts, prevention is better than cure. And so we'd like to encourage you, as a denomination, the Methodist Church Ghana stands solidly with all women, especially those going through that pain. I can assure you of our prayers and our material support where we can. And as people of faith, we'll continue to intercede for you and pray that the good Lord will constantly, by His Spirit, remind those of us who are healthy to take the screening seriously, and those who have unfortunately been afflicted already to also seek the interventions necessary in the right place. God bless you. I wish you well and pray that in all God's own good grace, He will help all of us and help you in particular, our sisters, mothers, and women as all. Thank you very much. Stay healthy, stay strong, be joyful. God bless you. Be thankful.
صلى الله عليه وسلم اللهم صل على محمد. نعم نعم I am reaching out to all citizens of this country, both males and female, about the incident of breast cancer, which is spreading across the country among our women. Both, especially our women. Indeed, women among Muslims and non-Muslims. Because we all trace our origin, our source, a common origin. Adam and Eve. We are one father, one mother. Therefore, we must help each other. This kind of disease, which is afflicting our women, that is the breast cancer. This is a wake-up call, so that anytime you see a sign in your breast, you must hasten to reach out to a doctor or a medical facility, so that it doesn't deteriorate to a point where treatment becomes difficult. Allah has indicated that وَلَا تَقْتُلُوا أَنفُسَكُمْ إِنَّهُ كَانَ بِكُمْ رَحِيمًا. Do you not subject yourself to destruction, because Allah is compassionate. So this one is a wake-up call, a conscientization, especially to our women, Christians and non-Christians. You must endeavor, whenever you are afflicted or you are affected by this sickness, do rush to a place where it will be investigated, so that you don't reach a point where you have to lose your lives. This is the advice we are giving to all and sundry. May Allah help us. Amen. May Allah ward off to have all sickness. We pray Allah must strengthen the bond of relationship between us as followers of different religions. May Allah help us. Amen. Oh, women, I call on you, just endeavor to really reach out to medical facilities for investigation about your breast cancer. Because whoever is afflicted with this sickness, please don't hide it, so that you can help yourself. That is our advice to all of you. May Allah help us. The Breast Cancer Society will pray for Allah to help you. May Allah strengthen you.
My name is Gifty Afenyi-Dadze, former member of the Council of State and the National Prayer Director of AGLO International. In Ghana, majority of the women diagnosed with breast cancer are between the ages of 40 and 49. Please start an early examination of your breast and at least have a mammogram every 2 years. Please, in the event that you are diagnosed with breast cancer, look for a reputable hospital. Doctors know nyame ama wanyansa ene ne bodie. Si ebeboa ma nkwa ode amaye no awa. Enti odofo enko no no bia yenye mpensem wo ho na wankasa nko ho. And so nyame yemi enti me pa wo chewo na yɛn nyinaa yɛmfa yɛn ho nnim na onyame a ɔbɔɔ yɛn no ɔma yɛn kwa tenten no yɛmfa nhyɛ n'animonyam. Onyame nhyira wo sɛ wobɛtu ho anamo. Amen.
Thank you very much for those videos. And a few more acknowledgements, and then I will invite the panel over and the moderator for the next session. Presiding Assembly Member, Honorable Benjamin Okla, thank you for joining us. And Assembly Member, Honorable Sydney Nene Kabu. And I believe we are also joined by Honorable Eugene Amwa Dakwa. Welcome. We have a representative, Dr. Levina, with the... Okay, so World Health Organization Ghana office. And we are joined, well, Dr. Paintsel, Dr. Albert Paintsel is here, representing the presiding bishop of the Methodist Church. Forgive me if I haven't acknowledged you. Blame it all on me. I would now invite over our panelists, and the panel discussion will be moderated by Dr. Na Adoko Aite. A round of applause for her, please. And the panel will be made of Dr. Ishmael Che, Senior Lecturer, Department of Surgery at KNUST, General and Breast Surgeon at Konfanoche Teaching Hospital. Did he step out? He was sat here a moment ago. All right. Dr. Bafwewa, who you heard from not long ago. A round of applause. Ms. Georgina Kuma Jaga, Executive Secretary of the Breast Society of Ghana. Please join us up here. Dr. Wallace Odiko Olenu, please join us. Acting Program Manager, NCDs at the Ghana Health Service. Dr. Ernest Konedu Asiedu, Chief Program Officer, Medical Affairs, Ministry of Health. Dr. Louisa Preko, Medical Director at Roche, Ghana. A round of applause, please. Ms. Oforiwa Potofi, Acting Deputy Director, Accra Claims Processing Center of the National Health Insurance Authority. I believe we're now waiting for Dr. Che, and ladies and gentlemen, your moderator, Dr. Na Adoko Aite.
Good afternoon, everybody, and you're most welcome. I will pretend as though I can do a good job after Inshira has done the moderation. So, what is obvious to all of us is that breast cancer is indeed an important cancer when it comes to women in Ghana, and in fact, the rest of the world. However, in Ghana, the problem, and this has been stated over and over again, is that majority of our patients come to us with advanced disease. There have been studies by Dr. Ani et al. That has shown that in Ghanaian women, when we see their cancers at an early stage, their outcomes are the same as those in the developed countries. So if we see you in stage 1, stage 2, you are looking at 5-year survival of between 80 to 90%. That is what exists everywhere in the world. The problem, unfortunately, is that even though we have the majority of the advanced cases, we are the ones who do not actually have enough treatment facilities to treat our patients. We are the ones who don't have the economic wherewithal to take care of our patients as well. And so the most important thing for us to do as a country would be to change the narrative, to move from advanced disease to early stage disease, where treatment is quicker, cheaper, and takes a much less toll on the body. But I don't want us to ignore the large numbers of patients who we continue to see with advanced diseases. And so the first thing I'd like us to do is to talk about what we can do for them now, helping the status quo. And I'd like to start this discussion by asking Gina. Gina, can you tell us, what do patients with advanced breast cancer want? Maybe if we know what they want, then we'll be able to effectively respond to them.
Thank you. So patients with advanced breast cancer have needs for support that go beyond their ongoing treatment. If we are going to support them, then it must include needs for support for their medical needs, psychosocial needs, emotional needs, and financial needs. When it comes to medicals, they want new therapies. They want support for palliative care. If there are clinical trials, they must be considered. Psychosocial support, they will need that to be able to cope with the pressure that comes with advanced breast cancer, the stigma, the shame, the fear. They need a psychological support. And they need support from their peers. Support groups, very, very essential. They also need the support of their family, very, very crucial, because at stages like that, usually they are weak, they are not as strong, and they will need support for financial needs, to be able to meet their financial needs. Because when it comes to advanced breast cancer, treatment never ends. It never ends. It's one day, and today you've solved this, tomorrow another thing comes up, and it is money. They will need that money to be able to support. What I also realized was that there are some treatment that National Health Insurance is covering, but if you had that treatment on National Health Insurance during your first diagnosis, when the cancer recurs and you still need it, I want to be specific, something like Herceptin. If you need it when the cancer recurs, you have to pay for it. I think I've advocated for that, but it looks like, help is far from, and yes, at the heart of everything that we would do or we must do to support them, I want to emphasize that it shouldn't just be adding, it shouldn't just be to add years to their lives, but to add life to the years that they have. I want to take that again. In the heart of everything that we must do to support them, it must not just to add years to their lives, but to add life to the number of years that they have. Thank you.
So the needs are many, and we know that we may not be able to solve all of it. But I know that this conversation is not going to end here. It's just a start. Even if you're unable to discuss everything, and actually, if we needed to do a good panel discussion, it would probably take us the whole day. But I hope that this will be the start of conversations in boardrooms, in hospitals, at the ministry, at NHIS, so that we can make a difference in the lives of our patients who continue to come to us with advanced disease, even as we try to change the status quo. The truth is that according to the WHO, 50% of the world's population they lack access to the full course of essential health services. And interestingly, this is an average. When you go to the developed world, there's 90% access. When you come to developing world, you have 15% access. So the 50% that looks like 1 in 2 people will lack the full complement. Actually, in Africa, it's about 8 in 10 who will not have access to the treatment. And so by all means, cost is important. And in this current situation that we have, we are in this awesome time where nearly every month, every few days, you hear a new drug has been approved and it's available for use elsewhere. And usually it takes us years for those drugs to come to Ghana. Pharma, I'd like to speak to Louisa. Where do we stand? What do we need to do to make sure that all these drugs that are improving lives elsewhere become available to Ghanaian patients?
It's working now. So I'd like to first and foremost commend the Breast Society of Ghana for convening this stakeholders meeting. I must say that for pharma, and particularly for Roche, in the past, say 10 years, what it takes medicines about 10 years to leave the Western world to come into Africa for Ghana and for particularly for Roche, is taking less than 5 years and sometimes 2 years. And the reason is that we, as Roche Ghana, are in the country. We are also Ghanaians. We do see the burden of disease, or we do see the burden of breast cancer. And what we have in working with collaborators and partners have realized is that we have to work together to ensure that clinical trials do come from these countries. We cannot do this alone. We also advocate for academia to ensure that the systems and the clinical trial setup is in place so that when these global trials are available, it can start here. And when they do start here, first and foremost, we are going to have a representation of the African population in these global clinical trials so that if the medicines do not work within Africa, we do not even spend the money in bringing them here. If they do work, at least we do have information and data to advocate to funders and health insurance authority for reimbursement. So I think that it also has to do with the readiness of academia, the readiness of policymakers, and even the readiness of pharma to ensure, and pharma within the region, within, say, Ghana, to ensure that clinical trials are brought here so that these innovations that are coming up are available to the patients who need them.
Well said, Louisa. And I want to commend pharma in Ghana. Roche, Pfizer, AstraZeneca, you have been instrumental in ensuring that some medications have gone on to the National Health Insurance, and that has changed a lot of lives. I'd like to bring in NHIS here. You heard Gina mention that there are some gaps when it comes to medications. It isn't, and Dr. Che mentioned it as well, it isn't just that some medications are available to you for a certain period and then you don't have access anymore. Is that for patients with advanced breast cancer, they need multiple lines of treatment. And those multiple lines are not always available on health insurance. So you go through first line, maybe second line with a little bit of it's not available, wait a few weeks. And then to the more expensive medications which are not available at all. So NHIS, how is it looking like for advanced breast cancer patients in Ghana? Are we going to see changes and changes for the better?
Thank you so much for your question. And I have a personal passion for issues concerning women and children. So I feel so privileged to be here today. I must say that NHI has evolved a lot over the years. We make sure that we try to be as responsive to the health needs of the population as possible. We are health policy implementers. So once the ministry tells us this is the policy, we work with it. We have conversations with the pharmaceutical companies, especially for expensive medications. We leverage our stands and the number of subscribers we have, and then we negotiate prices. For instance, for Herceptin, which is about 6,000 cedis now that we pay per person per session. That's a lot of money. If you think about it, not to downplay breast cancer, but we have so many health challenges we need to address. So we try to spread the resources across as much as possible. What happens for a lot for us is research, as Dr. Ewa was saying. Research guides the direction. If it shows that this is the most pressing need we have now, then we divert our resources in that direction.
We need to talk a lot then. Breast Society, we need to talk.
Yes, we need to have conversations with our stakeholders as much as possible. And I'm glad that these conversations are happening because it allows the word to be out there that this is important, this is pressing. It forces the organization and the policymakers, which is the ministry, to say, let's focus on this, let's do this, let's allocate more to this. So it always starts from policy, then research, then we collaborate with our stakeholders, which are the hospitals. Right now we have 5 teaching hospitals on it across the country, but like they were saying, distance is a big problem. So Dr. Awa was saying, bring the specialists to the communities. We are trying, we also at the same time, we are careful not to compromise on quality of care as much as we want to provide the care to people. We must make sure that they are providing the quality of care that we expect them. So we need our quality assurance unit to go and inspect the facilities, make sure they meet national standards before we allow them to provide the care. So all that is important. It's a whole collaboration between so many agencies. And NHI, we started with radiotherapy on the NHI list. 2-3 years ago, 2022, we added chemotherapy for breast cancer. We added 4 childhood cancers. So we are responsive. We are willing to have conversations as we go along. We are open, our doors are wide open, stakeholders to achieve results. Thank you so much.
You realize that when you mentioned that radiotherapy was on health insurance, there was a lot of talk. So sometimes some of the interventions are on the health insurance, but it doesn't reflect. Because unfortunately, NHI is unable to, well, I don't know if unable to pay what we would consider realistic prices. And so eventually what happens is that then it's not on the NHIs when actually it should be on NHIs. Thank you very much. And Gina, I have some good news for you. Today I heard something about the paper that allowed Herceptin to be on health insurance. And it looks like there was something that we overlooked. And so just maybe when we correct that, patients who have early breast cancer who then eventually develop metastasis may be able to receive trastuzumab again. And then the second thing I want us to discuss is changing the narrative. It shouldn't be that in 5 years' time when we meet here again, we'll be discussing how advanced breast cancer is a problem. I mean, sometimes I can't believe how old I am. It's been 14 years, maybe even 15 now. And it's the same thing. And recently, on Monday, I saw a patient who came to me with a mammogram-identified breast lump. So her daughter encouraged her to go and do a mammogram. She wasn't very keen. She convinced her to do the mammogram. We found a very small mass in the breast. She came to hospital, and all she wanted to discuss with me was the fact that at this time she doesn't have money. And since the lesion is so small that even your hands can't feel it, she thinks she wants to wait a little bit. Find the money. By that time it will be a little bigger. Then she can receive the treatment. That's how much we don't have knowledge when it comes to treating patients with breast cancer. But I want to ask Dr. Che and Dr. Bafuewa, what kind of patient do you want to see in your clinics?
Hello. So you forgot to add that aside saving the patient money and improving the outcome, the surgeon's back to is relieved, because a lumpectomy takes 30 minutes, a mastectomy can take 3 hours.
Exactly.
So think about the surgeons too. We really wish all that we'll do at the breast unit will be chasing mammogram-detected lesions, where a radiologist has placed a marker that I will go chasing. You visit hospitals outside the continent, and the life of the surgeon there is just 15 minutes lumpectomies. She can book 20 for the day, goes home as if she didn't even come to work, whilst you are soaked in blood, sweat, etc. We are hoping to get there. Our prayer is that patients will come to us early. How mammogram, I seriously don't see us getting there in 5 years, but at least improving early detection through self-breast exam, clinical breast exam, should be the first steps. Everybody in this room should know how to conduct a proper self-breast exam. The health professionals here, minimum, should be able to conduct a proper clinical breast exam. And we encourage everybody we come across in the hospital. It doesn't take 5 minutes to have a clinical breast exam done. The patient came with lower abdominal pain, but she has breast. Spend 2 minutes to check the breast, and don't be shy, especially if you're a young doctor. Thank you.
I'd like to ask the oncologist, what kind of patients do you want to see in your clinics?
You've said this morning that early stage disease, better outcomes. So early stage diseases. And the patient you just presented, he said he doesn't have money. And I think that's what, if I heard the deputy minister right, health insurance is there. Now Mahama Care is coming. So maybe funding is not going to be a barrier going forward. So once funding is available, I think we can do everything for our patient. If I have my own way, I want to advocate for free health care for everybody. Then we find money to pay for it. I think that should be the way to go. Okay. And the other thing too is finding the disease early and the patient say, I don't have money. Then you better not even go for the screening. So maybe before we ask patients to go for screening, we must be also sure they can afford treatment, because there's the ethical issues in that. You find early breast cancer patients say, I don't have money. Then you ask the patient to go. You, the practitioner, I don't think you are practicing ethically. You must make sure this patient of yours have the money to go for the treatment.
I agree with you completely. There are patients who we would see after a lumpectomy, and they'll just have a tablet for 5 years, for 10 years, and that's the end. You have patients who you would see do a lumpectomy, they will have 4 cycles of chemotherapy, and then radiotherapy, and that's the end. But often, we see patients who have 8, and then there isn't response. Then you go to another 6, and then more treatments. We don't want this to continue. And one of the things Dr. Ansafel and I discuss a lot is how HIV, at least, I don't know if there are a lot of young people here, but HIV was one of the illnesses that was drummed into us as children. We heard it, we saw it, and so much was said about it that every next person knew what HIV was and what to do about it. The last time I was in a meeting like this, I was on the case of Ghana Health Service. That as clinicians, we don't feel that you are helping us, because we don't think that if a young girl who is 30 years old can come to my clinic and say, I haven't heard about breast cancer, then we are failing. And so Ghana Health Service, Dr. Elenu, this is to you. What are you doing to help us in health promotion, especially education of our patients?
Yes, thank you so much. So, at Ghana Health Service, one of our pillars is health promotion and health education. And you realize that in the communities, there is a lot of myths and misconceptions. And when it comes to, so let me give an example. For childhood cancers, you are able to use the laws to get parents to get their kids back on treatment. But these are adults. And you know, in healthcare, we have what we call autonomy. So they decide what happens to them. Of course, we aim to change and influence their behavior so that they will seek care early. A lot of the speakers have spoken about people not being able to access care because they don't have money. But I'm telling you, some, even in the midst of plenty, even when you tell them you want to sponsor their treatments, they want to go to their spiritual fathers, etc., before they come. So Ghana Health Service, we have our wellness clinics in our hospitals where you can walk in and get your breast examined. So as Dr. Bafo mentioned earlier on, we need to see the patient as a complete person. So I come to the hospital and I present for a blood pressure check, but as a woman, I have breast as well. You should also, as healthcare workers, you should also know that it's an opportunity for you to do a clinical breast exam, because maybe my blood pressure will be fine, but there will be something else. So at Ghana Health Service, we are doing so much. We are printing information, education materials. We are doing lots of social behavioral change communications. But the thing is, a lot of the information we put out there, you know, we are health services, we are guided by what we put out there. And some of our so-called people in the communities who are giving dangerous care are able to advertise freely with no regulation, etc. So which means that we need sustained presence in the communities. And I can see our name here, they have to help us. Because sometimes people in the community listen to their community leaders. And also we, as a health service, maybe we work with the media, etc. But if you go to a media house, you are expected to pay and then run the adverts, yes. Because we want the good of people, but the charlatans in the community want your money. They are not really after your health, so they can pay an amount just so that you go. So Ghana Health says we are taking health education and health promotion very seriously. In October, you see, we will liaise with all stakeholders to ensure that the messages are out there. We make sure that all our clinics across the countries are running breast care. But one important thing is the linkage to care. It's something that we are working on, because it's very important that when you pick a disease, you should be able to navigate the patient to where to go. It's not just enough to pick a disease. So we are trying to ensure that when you pick a disease after screening, there are protocols and next level activities to be done so that the patient will not feel lost along the way. So at Ghana Health Service, we are doing a lot, and we encourage partnerships to be able to do more than we are currently doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And NHIS, I hope that soon and very soon, screening will become something that's covered under the National Health Insurance. I can't for the life of me understand why, if I get the advanced breast cancer, you will pay for me. But if there's something I can do to find the disease early, that you will not pay for. I don't know if you have any comments.
Thank you so much. Today I see I'm on a hot seat. Yes. So for primary healthcare, we cover almost every service unless it's elective. For the free primary healthcare that is coming, because we realize that as much as we are doing education and all that, we are having challenges with our stakeholders. It makes it difficult for people to trust the scheme. Because if I have a health insurance card and I go to the hospital and they still bill me or they make me do some out-of-pocket payment, then I don't see the need to renew my card. And people think we sit at the NHI and come up with the prices on our own. No. We are data-driven. Once the data shows that this is the cost, and we think it's a lot, we have conversations with the pharmaceutical companies. We have a lot of experts who are involved in the pricing of medicines and services. Ideally, we should review every year. As prices go up, we should go up. And that's where the gap came. We also had issues with payment on time. But as you can see, now we are paying our providers every 21 days. We are also making sure that we are, Dr. Well was part of the people who just came up with a new tariff.
Good to
So
hear.
we have a new tariff coming out to bridge that gap. Yes, so we don't take those decisions on our own. I keep saying we are policy implementers. It's what the policy says that we implement. So once our specialists tell us this is the cost, then we push it out there and say this is the cost we are going to pay for. You understand? Yes, so coming back to free primary healthcare, because we noticed that gap, free primary healthcare is not going to be based on just a health insurance card. Once you're a Ghanaian, you should get free primary healthcare. And that we are hoping will pick up the NCDs very early so we can treat, and then that's less cost in health financing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Finally, I'd like to go to Ministry of Health. We've spoken a lot. All of these things, are they possible? Is the ministry positioned to help us realize these dreams that we have, where Ghanaian women will come to us with lesions that are so small that our fingers can feel, for treatments that are so short that they are similar to the treatments we usually receive? I was having a discussion, and I said Ghanaians are used to receiving short courses of treatment. You have malaria 3 days. You have infection 7 days. When you go telling them that you have cancer 10 years, or you have cancer 18 cycles, that's where we have the problem. So what is the ministry doing? All these things that we speak of, is it even possible at all?
Thank you very much. It is very, very possible, and it depends on us. So when you were speaking, you mentioned that 14 years, the narrative seems to be the same. I don't think so. Because there are different people who have come over the years, and it only gives me a lot more assurance that within the health system, there's more we can do. So my colleague has talked about the free primary health care, and I think that last year we all heard that NHI was ready to pay for at least one comprehensive medical care or medical screening, comprehensive one, at least on your birthday, so once every year. And that will give all of us the opportunity to know, some basic things that are happening. Because if you do not screen, you are not likely to early detect anything.
Oh, I thought that would be a good time to clap. That's a wonderful birthday present from the country.
So I think the new government didn't say that they are throwing it away. They are even going to strengthen it and do it more. The challenge in the past generally was around promotion and prevention. Sometimes I can tell us that all of us sitting here, sometimes we are also not very genuine in the way we do our things. People were even taking people's NHIA card. Some providers were lodging numbers which were not the patients coming there. NHIA, being a bit more proactive, decided that, okay, if you take services, you're going to get maybe an SMS. Did you visit Accra? And my card has been used in Bokatanga, for example. And people will say, now people don't even check their SMS. Or even if they checked it, they might not answer appropriately. But NHI will testify that a number of some of these infringes, have also gone on. So we all need to be very genuine in the way we do our things so that in terms of the cost, we'll be able to manage it. I am very hopeful that we will be able to get there, but it depends on all of us. There are also some other
cultural-related issues. That may slow us down a little bit. But with that picture that Dr. Balfour showed, within the Ministry of Health, we are very passionate about orthodox and traditional alternative medicine, private and public. So we always say that the ministry is very pluralistic in the way that we provide service. So if we believe within the communities that traditional medicine is the closest to the people, of course, we are dotting all over the country CHIPS compounds, and community health nurses are supposed to be visiting the homes regularly and to be able to assist in doing this. So when we talk about integration of primary health care, as well as the integration of women's health beyond the maternal-related issues, but breast and cervical care into the primary health care, it means that when the community health nurse visits a home, as part of the quality clinical breast examination, you would be able to ask about, what is the state of your breast, and you'll be able to do that clinical examination. The other one is also in terms of the promotion for the primary prevention. You visit a home and you talk to the people about it. It will surprise you to know, as you said, a 30-year-old person in this country says he hasn't. Yes, it is true. For me, it's feedback that all the things we feel we are doing, there are 34 million people in the country. So if you reach out to 1 million, that is a lot of work, but it's just a drop in the ocean. So the ministry is well positioned. If you look at the universal health coverage, the roadmap that Ghana has, the promotion and the prevention part is what will help us get to the point, because almost all the challenges will be picked up from there, and we all have a role to play. Dr. Leni talked about collaboration and partnerships. So in the past, we used to do activity-based budgeting. We moved to program-based budgeting. But the program-based budgeting is still within a particular sector. And I want to talk about the collaboration and partnerships here in the way that Ministry of Health and its agencies will not be able to promote health the way we envisage it. The reason being that even the platforms to be able to reach very far to everybody in the community is not going to be done by the Ministry of Health. So Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology, and Innovation, with all their agencies, the telcos, print media, radio, TV, they have a lot of role to play in this. So the partnership between the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Communication will help us move things. And in almost all the documents we develop, there's a chapter called Implementation Arrangement. I know that in terms of its implementation has also been a little bit slow. The other ministry, very, very important, is Ministry of Education. I know we continuously do a lot of work with the SHEP and all these things working together. But we need to be very alive to it and to make sure these things are happening. Because now, between kindergarten and finishing SHS, basically we know it is free. So every child in this country before the age of 18 years is likely to be caught somewhere in a school. So when we strengthen these engagements, working closely with education, it is likely that these things would happen. That also will inform some of the basic things that needs to be incorporated into the curriculum. Because if somebody is 30 years and say hasn't heard of, but every year, minimum, in October, we are talking about breast cancer. So who are we reaching out to? So for me, I think that there's a lot more we can do. I'm not usually disappointed when I hear some of these stories. It only encourages me that, there's really a lot of work to do. So it is important that we become very alive and in practicing and ensuring that we make these things to happen. When Dr. Balfour was presenting, one other thing that we never look out for, patients come to the hospital and at the emergency, you will find relatives. You know how our system is. Because again, the Bible said, when I was hungry, you didn't feed me. When I was even asking him that when the patient comes, he says he doesn't have money. He will ask you that when I came, I didn't have money. You didn't pay for. You say you want to do the surgery, but you are saying the money. But when I was in prison, you didn't visit me, and when I was sick. So when relatives will come, Now, when they come, we haven't made provision for how they would be around. So the infrastructure strategy, for example, I remember when we were developing it, all these things came up because, like you rightly said, for infectious diseases, people will not stay in the hospital for long. But for chronic diseases and non-communicable diseases, people are likely to stay. What do we think of patient relatives when they come to the hospital? So all these things have been factored into ensuring that there will be some accommodation available. And also, the health sector may have to go a little bit more to negotiate some of these accommodations if they do not belong to us. But again, in terms of the partnerships. So I would say that we haven't reached there, but there's a lot more all of us can do. October is not adequate, it's not enough. Day by day, there's a need for us to do something. The media, I don't know whether the media is here, traditional media, they also have a role to play. And I think one of our colleagues was talking about the fact that those who pay for some of these are public health interventions. And public health intervention, nobody is going to benefit from it, in terms of money or something. So when we partner with the ministry responsible for this, and then the agencies that implement some of these things, it is like I get phone calls almost every time. They are inviting me to come and give a talk on something, but sometimes they also have a certain interest and the way that you should go about it. So I think the partnerships will do the trick. Now, when you come to, yesterday I was in a program and we're talking about waste management. And until recently, when I was a child, they used the napkin, for children, and you wash it, and then now we have advanced a little bit more, and we are using the diapers. Now we are talking about these absorbable, if, for example, a woman's pad, it's body fluid that is in it, but it's generated from home. How are we managing some of these things as far as waste is concerned? And people shared a lot of interesting things. One, people believe that if a pad can be used for something. So these cultural donations are always there. Now people will delay and not come. We just have to partner prayer camps, spiritual places, traditional practitioners. Because over the 14 years we are talking about, the reason why we have not been able to reach there is because we are antagonizing ourselves. So the food is there, and none of us is reaching it. So, because the intention of the other non-orthodox practitioners, they want to save the patient. We also think that we want to save the patient, but we saw it. No, this is struggling, this one is struggling. But when we come together, we'll be able to achieve this. The last thing I want to talk about is the psychosocial support. Most of us, if you get to the point where your parent or or any other elderly person is towards the end of life, I can assure you that if they tell you, go to the hospital, and that's why Dr. Abafewa said that we shouldn't say that nothing can be done. But usually we get to a point where we know that orthodox care, nothing. If they tell you today that there's a certain man here, I can assure you, this surgeon sitting here, you will go there. Because, yes, and I know so many professors, towards the end of life, if you see where they go, you will be surprised. Because we have heard that that man there can do what you are looking for. And you will go. So for me, it's the partnership. We haven't reached there, but we need to continue to partner to be able to reach there. We were doing some work with mental health, and we realized that you go to the camp, the person is there. Why don't we partner with them? Say, this medicine, and some of them were looking at attribution. So especially in the public health service, I don't need attribution. If you work at Kolebu Teaching Hospital and somebody comes, you say, oh, it's Kolebu. We don't typically need attribution because nobody's going to remunerate us for that. But for a traditional practitioner or even the private sector, they want to attribute that if you go to that place, that is where you get the care. So we agreed that we can bring the medicine to you and you administer it to them and you pray over it and do the other things. And it was working. But he also didn't want you to come, and then after he is healed, they will say that, oh, they will now be torn, whether it is your spiritual one or it was the other orthodox medicine. We said, we don't have a problem. We will give the medicine to you. You pray over the medicine and give it to them, and make sure that they take it. And we're getting results. So for me, the foundation is that partnerships. But I never lose hope. Where I find myself now, anytime I get the feedback, is only telling me that there's more we can do. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I hope you have all enjoyed our deliberation. Like I said, this is just the beginning. Let's talk about it wherever we go. And I hope and I pray that before I go on retirement, which is coming soon, I can't believe it, that when we discuss breast cancer, it would be that at Breast Society of Ghana's 6th annual general meeting, we met and said we wanted to change the status quo. And that has happened. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let me oh, yes, please, you can take it.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for your panel and moderator. Yes, please come back. I think a group photograph would be appropriate.
And I want to assure our moderator that in 5 years, the narrative will be different from what we have seen today. And that all of us here must contribute in making it happen.
Yeah.
Yes, please. I think we all need to clap for ourselves. 20 years to 25 years ago, breast cancer care in this country is not what we are seeing today. So I'm looking at the next 20 years. Many a time we do things 1 year, 6 months, and we expect results. No. And because I've also worked at the ministry, I will tell you this. If you look at our health architecture from Guggisberg era, it was designed for communicable diseases. Malaria, now non-communicable diseases is chronic. They diagnose you now, you die with it. But when patients come, they are still living with the mind of communicable diseases. Cure now. So he removes breast lump, he goes home, finito. Let's go tell people that things have changed. Breast cancer management is like hypertension, diabetes. You live with it for the rest of your life, even though you are disease-free. Go for follow-up. If we do this, these traditional medicine people will now know we are alive. Because many a time they come, oh, mommy, then in 5 years, it comes back, in your hospital, you're I had a patient, doctor, so please.
Thank you very much, Dr.
This is,
Bafwewa.
I inherited Dr. Bafwewa just 1 year now, so from where he was sitting in the ministry.
So we are now at the point of the day where we will be launching the Breast Society of Ghana book. We're going to start with an overview of the book, and then we will slide straight into the launch itself. I'd like to call on Dr. no, Hannah, yes. Dr. Hannah Ayete Ani, who's with the Empowerment Project as a principal investigator. Let's welcome her with a round of applause. She's going to be doing the book review just before the launch.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much. So, do I have my slides up? All right. So, the empowerment study. For some of you, at least for those of you who know me, from last year, we started this discussion. We informed you that we had got a grant, a Pfizer grant for BSoG, and we were actually embarking on this empowerment study. So we gave you some idea at the last AGM. Next, please. Oh, I can do this myself, right? Okay, which way? All right, so the empowerment study. Why that name? Enhancing management of breast cancer patients, outcomes with education, resources, and mentorship for effective navigational transition in Ghana, empowerment. So that is all. It actually spells out the name. Okay, so this is the research team. I was then the BSoG president at the time we actually got a grant, and Prof. Nyamfo was the vice president. He's a corresponding author, and the rest of the team members, Prof. Cleglamte, Dr. Nsafo, Dr. Dede, Prof. Aite Tego, Prof. Antoinette Bediakubowan, Dr. Ebenezer Wiafe, Dr. Oluwayemisi Eko, Mrs. Georgina Kumajaga, Dr. Ishmael Chei, Dr. Mohammed Sharif, Dr. George Anson, and Dr. Mervyn Boachajiman. Okay, so the outline will be introduction. I'm going to try and run through this because I'm going to give you an overview of the empowerment study and then the manual that we have developed from that. So introduction. As we know, breast cancer remains the leading cause of cancer death among women in Ghana. And patients continue to face significant challenges, hindering prompt care and completion of treatment, late reporting, defaulting recommended treatment. You've heard about a lot of them. Dr. Bafwewa, Dr. Che has mentioned all of these. Sociocultural ordeals such as stigmatization, ostracization, and spiritual associations, myths and misconceptions, fear and lack of support. You heard from Gina as well, from communities. Despite years of advocacy, we still have barriers, long waiting times, limited resources. So our aim was to establish healthcare support systems and engage communities through education and mentorship to optimize breast cancer management in Ghana. So we're looking at assessing the anxiety levels, the knowledge on their symptoms, what are their preparedness for treatment adherence. Then we're also looking at the culturally sensitive materials, preparing, producing these culturally sensitive materials, which will be used for education, to provide emotional support using survivorship groups to guide patients, their family members navigate treatment, and then to train and equip survivors, caregivers, healthcare personnel as navigators with skills to outreach programs and education. So we looked at a qualitative and a quantitative approach. It was a mixed method study, which we are still in the process of. 5 teaching hospitals are involved. The Kolebu Teaching Hospital, Konfanochi, Cape Coast Teaching Hospital, Ho Teaching Hospital, and Tamale Teaching Hospital. We've had, we use breast cancer patients, patient families and caregivers, survivors, healthcare personnel, and community leaders. And this was rolled out in 4 phases from December 2023, so we are close to the end of it in November 2025. So what did we do? Interviews, surveys, focus group discussions, development of culturally sensitive education materials. We've had training sessions. We've actually trained mentors. And these mentors, some of them were survivors, some of them were caregivers who came for training. And they are now out training other people and encouraging others. Then we also have had community outreach programs, media campaigns, survivor groups. We've met with survivor groups who are already established in also in this area, who are partnering with us to ensure that our message goes out. And we are working on helplines as well. So this is I'm sure some of you have seen this leaflet, the flyer in your, this was developed from the Pfizer grant. Almost everybody should have had this. Last year, we distributed them, and this year as well. Yes, so this is also the media, part of the media campaign we have had, one with Josephine, as you see there, and our Breast Society members. Then that is also depicting one of the training sessions we have had, I think in the north, with the breast cancer booklets being given. This is showing one of our nurses actually educating a patient with the manual. More pictures, and then one in the local community, a focus group discussion happening in Tamale. So in conclusion, we've had a new mentorship model that now incorporates survivors into patient navigation roles. We have created culturally tailored educational campaigns, collaborated across multiple sectors. We've had sustainable community-focused support system built. Our aim is to reduce patient anxiety, improvement in knowledge of breast cancer, improvement in treatment adherence by actually having that personal collaboration, transform community attitudes, destigmatization and correcting myths, empowering both patients and the community. So where are we now? Now we are working on publications, qualitative, quantitative. We're doing community debates and sensitization, including this ongoing program currently happening now. Media engagement ongoing. Mentors are at work in the teaching hospitals. We are distributing the BSoG breast cancer manuals, setting up a helpline, engaging with survivor groups. We have done that, and we continue with that collaboration, and forming regional BSoG survivor groups, not only in Accra, all around the country as well. So you'll notice out there, that is our abstract towards my left, or from where I'm standing. So we encourage you all to visit the abstract stand and see what we have. So now, our Breast Society of Ghana manual. Breast cancer diagnosis, treatment, facts, and myths. These are the contributing authors for most of us members of the co-PIs on this study. Purpose of the book: it's an educational material produced as part of the empowerment study for patients, families, healthcare workers, and the community. We want to make sure that we have a basic understanding of breast cancer for all advocates in this area is clear. People have that basic understanding. We're dedicating it to the brave warriors who have conquered breast cancer, to those who are currently fighting resiliently this cancer, to the cherished memories of those who fought valiantly, and to the newly diagnosed. This was published in 2025 by BSoG, and we are launching today. Sponsorship was by the Pfizer grant. So this is, thank you. So that is the book. The cover, outer cover, the front cover of our book. Table of contents, I'm just running you through to have an idea of what is in the book. That's our table of contents there, including introduction to breast cancer, how is it diagnosed, etc. And we've done this in simple language, such that you can understand from wherever you are. So what about the introduction? What about some breast cancer risk factors? So that gives you an idea, and many more in that chapter. Symptoms and signs of breast cancer. How to actually go about the examination. Then diagnosing breast cancer, what it goes into that, including breast imaging and many others you will see in the book. Understanding the breast cancer diagnosis. the histopathology report, what is entailed in that, the nature of the cancer, histologic type, etc. Then the grade of the cancer, if you say immunohistochemistry report, what is all that about? Surgical treatments of breast cancer. What surgical treatment types do you have? And what is entailed in that for you to understand. Other treatments of breast cancer, including chemotherapy, radiotherapy, and basic for you to be able to understand, simply put, what that is all about. Then metastatic breast cancer, if your breast cancer has spread outside the original site to other parts of the body, what is that? Which common sites could it spread to? That is also giving you an example. Survivorship. Survivorship is usually not just after you finish treatment, even the period of treatment all the way to after that. So what happens in that setting, just to give you an idea, and the follow-up care. So there's a chapter there as well. Psychosocial impact of breast cancer and counseling. What about stigma? What is it all about? And all. So that is also a chapter in the book. Myths and misconceptions. I mean, this is a real area which we have battled with. If you are not in the field, you won't understand the myths and misconceptions that are out there. Breast cancer is a curse caused by evil spirits. It can only be cured by God, so you must seek spiritual help. Breast cancer is a punishment by ancestors for sins committed, including infidelity. Breast cancer can be caused by insect bites, poor hygiene, injury, trauma, or infections. So these are some of the myths and misconceptions you see, many more in the book. Then, in conclusion, breast cancer is a disease that can affect every woman and some men. It is not a punishment for anything, and it is not a death sentence. Therefore, society should not judge or stigmatize any person diagnosed with breast cancer. Breast cancer patients need love, support, hugs, words of encouragement as they go through the treatment process. They do not need to be ostracized, stigmatized, abandoned, or shamed. This is our message moving forward, and that is what this book seeks to tell us. Life is precious. Stop the stigma. Be supportive. So that is the back of our book. The BSoG manual, we've printed 1,000 copies so far. 270 have been distributed since February. We're distributing them. These are not for sale. They are for education only. And our target is for the patients, caregivers, families, for use in clinics, at the OPDs, and in the communities. A special thank you to Pfizer for the grant. We have Dr. Regina Kobe, who's here, representing Pfizer, I don't know. So thank you to them, and thank you to the dedicated team I've worked with, all collaborators, and continue to work with. Patients, caregivers, healthcare personnel, community elders. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ayete Ani. It's time for us to now launch the book, and help me welcome back Dr. Na Adoko Ayete with a round of applause to conduct the next round of activity. Don't worry, we're almost at the end. Your applause was too light.
Thank you very much. So Breast Society of Ghana is very excited about these books because we believe that where there's knowledge, then you don't lack much. And so I'm excited to call on a few people to come and help us launch the Breast Cancer Manual. I'd like to call Prof. Claire Glamte. I'd also like to call Dr. Regina Kobe if she's here. I also like to call Manye of Abelenkpe and Joulu, and Asafwanye Osa Ansa to come and join Prof. Welcome. I think another person can stand here because we'll lift it. Thank you very much.
My job today is very simple. So together with my supporters and on behalf of the Breast Society of Ghana, I'm pleased to launch this book. Let's look at it.
I think until we have every single soul in this room applauding this book, we're not leaving here. Yes, that was good. Another round of applause. I'm looking to be sure everyone is applauding. You know, in spite of the fact that the custodian of the land and culture is here, I currently have the platform. I can answer to him later, but I decide who leaves and at what time. So, one more round of applause. Good. Nee, thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to call on His Royal Majesty Nino Edowona Akoseng I as a chairperson for the day. We'll welcome him back for his closing remarks. A round of applause, please, as he comes.
Thank you. As we bring today's remarkable program to a close, I stand before you with a heart full of gratitude and pride. From the very beginning this morning, with our health exercises, insightful presentations, and moving survivor stories through the powerful discussions in our stakeholders forum, today has been a true testament to the power of knowledge, collaboration, and collective action. We have not only deepened our understanding of breast cancer, its genetics, its management, and the urgent need for access, but we have also reminded ourselves that behind the science and statistics and real people, real families, and real stories, the launch of BSoG book and the advocacy wall signing are symbols of our shared commitment to give hope, create awareness, and build a stronger support system to those affected. I am particularly encouraged to see how academia, industry, health leaders, survivors, policymakers, and traditional authorities can come together under one roof with one common purpose: to change the breast cancer story in Ghana and across Africa. This is how transformation begins. Let us live here not only with new knowledge, but also with renewed determination to advocate, to support, to research, and to act. Each of us has a role to play, whether big or small, in ensuring that no one faces this journey alone. On behalf of the Breast Society of Ghana and our partners, I extend my deepest appreciation to all our speakers, sponsors, organizers, and participants. Your contributions have made today's gathering impactful and memorable. As we close, may the spirit of solidarity and compassion that has gathered us today continue to inspire our actions tomorrow. Thank you, and see you all tomorrow for another section.
Thank you very much, His Royal Majesty Ninoy Dowona Akoseng the First, Jowulu Abelenkpe Manche. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the very end. Please don't be in a rush to leave. We will take a group photograph right here at the front before we file out and have lunch. But before that, help me welcome Dr. Grace Bachman, the Acting Organizing Secretary of BSoG, to give us the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much. If you agree with me that you've had a very beautiful morning and afternoon, a bigger round of applause. So good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chairperson. I'm honored to be given this privilege to give the vote of thanks for our first day of AGM. On behalf of the Breast Society of Ghana, we want to thank God for the beautiful program we have seen today. Without him, our efforts would not have borne what we are seeing. And to our chairperson, if you agree with me that he was a best fit for this program, let's give him another round of applause. We also want to thank the Deputy Minister who had to leave, and all the special guests who joined us, everyone on program, the panel, the MCs, the moderator, everyone has been amazing. Thank you so much for gracing today's occasion. To our council chair and the entire membership of the council, chaired by Mr. Charles Fojo Ajiman, we say that we are very grateful to you for your vision and tireless leadership. And then to the entire executive body of Breast Society of Ghana, to see programs like this, sometimes you have no idea the late night meetings that happen, the wonderful team that has put this together. So all the members of the executive team, led by our one and only Dr. Josephine Nsafo, we say thank you for your dedication, for your passion, and for unyielding commitment to advancing breast health in Ghana. And then now to all the members of Breast Society of Ghana. I know not all of us here are members, but to all our members, we say that your presence here and then active participation is what made today a beautiful session. Your support actually keeps the vision alive. Now to our sponsors, without you, this program, we could have done all the planning, but when it came to the cash, it wouldn't be possible. So we say a very big thank you. Our presidential sponsor, AstraZeneca, a big round of applause. And then to our executive sponsor, Revna, another round of applause for Revna. We really appreciate. the support. Our gold sponsors, Roche Products Ghana Limited, MTN Ghana, Barge Freight and Logistics Limited, we say thank you. To our associate sponsors, Hales Pharmaceuticals, Raw Chemists, Pharma Symbiosis, Pathologists Without Borders, Sonotech Medical and Diagnostic Center, and Enterprise Computing Limited. We say thank you very much for your support. We also want to extend a warm thank you to the management and staff of Fiesta Royal. You agree with me that they've hosted us very beautifully this morning, so thank you. Finally, to everyone here, whether I mentioned your name or not, we say thank you from the depths of our hearts. May our shared efforts continue to save lives, bring hope, and advance the cause of breast health across the country. Thank you very much. Before I leave, for tomorrow's agenda, we have a business meeting in the morning. So we're starting at exactly 8 a.m., so don't be late. All members of the Breast Society of Ghana, we have a business meeting tomorrow. We have it together here. And then at 11, we would have the AstraZeneca CPD session here. And we would also have the presentations in another room. So don't miss out tomorrow. Also pick up your lunch coupons at the registration desk right outside. Thank you so much and see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bakwen. I couldn't join you in the morning. We're going to have a group photograph. We'll just give us a couple of minutes. We'll rearrange the front, and we'll have the custodians of our heritage and our land to sit for in the seat. But I'd like to say thank you once again to
you couldn't take my heart, 'cause every day I've been getting stronger, so you can't break my spirit any longer. 'Cause I'm gonna find my girl, I'm gonna take my stand, I'm gonna throw it, launch and dodge and go right here. You ain't gonna see me cry, no not one tear. I'm gonna claim my strength, my faith, and have no fear. 'Cause I'm a fighter, I'm surviving, you're gonna change my world. 'Cause I'm gonna find my girl, and when this match is over, it's my name they will yell. I'm a soldier, I'll be a warrior, we're in that up against the ropes, I wouldn't break for you. You couldn't take my heart, 'cause every day I've been getting stronger, so you can't break my spirit any longer. 'Cause I'm gonna find my girl, I'm gonna take my stand, I'm gonna throw it, launch and dodge and go right here. You ain't gonna see me cry, no not one tear. I'm gonna claim my strength, my faith, and have no fear. 'Cause I'm a fighter, I'm surviving, you're gonna change my world. 'Cause I'm gonna find my girl, and when this match is over, it's my name they will yell. I'm a soldier, I'll be a warrior, we're in that up against the ropes, I wouldn't break for you. You couldn't take my heart, 'cause every day I've been getting stronger, so you can't break my spirit any longer.